from AITD team. I represent AITD. My name is Vani, and we would be in this learning journey for next 12 days. Before we start, I just wanted to check whether you can, say something. I would suggest if you can unmute yourself and say good morning or anything that you would like to say. And we can just check that we all are, or we are able to access the Zoom platform pretty well.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Vijay Kumar Ojha from Sector Headquarters, Gokul Nagar. Good
morning, sir. Good morning. Great to have you, Vijayji. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Sanjay Tandon. I'm calling from Nagaland. I can hear and see you loud and clear. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you, Sanjayji. Thank you, Sanjayji. All over, all from Nagaland. Great to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. This is Chandrakant Upadhyay from Tura, Meghalaya.
Good morning, Chandrakantji. It's good to have you all from. You're logged in from Meghalaya.
Yeah, Meghalaya.
Meghalaya, one city that I really wanted, or Meghalaya is a state. In fact, Northeast में कभी गई नहीं. एक बार ही गई थी Gangtok.
You are welcome anytime, any moment, ma'am.
बिल्कुल sir.
Beautiful place.
I know.
And this is right season to roam around in the whole area of northeastern part of the country.
Yes. So definitely, sir, for travel tips, I'll be bothering you all.
Most welcome, ma'am. Most welcome anytime.
Yes. Divya, are you there?
Yes, Vani.
Okay. So Divya, can you help me with just a sec? I'm just figuring out my PPT. Just give me a second. Great. So before we start, it's our culture to start the session with something auspicious. And since it is going to be a learning journey of 12 days, why not invoke the goddess of knowledge, Gayatri? We would start with invoking Mother or Goddess Gayatri, and then we'll start our journey for this 12-day learning program. Arvind?
Yes, ma'am.
अच्छा, मैं ये PPT से ही चलाने की कोशिश करूंगी, ठीक है?
Okay, ma'am. Just share your sound also.
Yeah, I'll do that. It is just taking some time. I think there's some buffering of.
Vani, if you face any issue, I'll share.
Please do that. I think I'm facing some issues, Divya. If you can help me.
Just give me a minute.
Yeah. Technology has its own challenges, so it's like this. In fact, we started our session with some technical challenges, so I apologize for that. In every day, you have to log in on the same link. There would be a link in your email. I would suggest if you can, mark it as or bookmark it, we can have the same link for all the sessions. So you don't have to re-register n number of times. Divya, I'm doing so. Just check whether you can see my screen.
Yes, yes.
It's again buffering in.
Wait. Only I can see your first. Wait. I'll do. I am ready. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yes, yes. Can you help me to go to the next slide, Divya? Yes, thank you. Can you play the video? So as we said, let's start our session with something auspicious, and I think we really need it. Let's invoke Mother Gayatri. Please start you have to share the sound also. Thank you, Divya. So let's start with our session. But before we start our session, let's the objective or the vision of the person behind Amity or the thought of Amity is Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. And he believes that nation building through philanthropy and education and research, you all are helping to build nations. The common thing between all of us gathered in this cohort is somewhere or the other, we are doing things for nation. And as you are doing your own job, we are helping to through education and research, we are helping to bring character to the citizen. Our founder president believes in that when God pushes somebody, inspires somebody, and leads somebody, no power in the world can stop such a person. And I think with this mind, we start with something. There would be obstacles, there would be challenges, but in the end, we would be able to succumb. As we say, I would like to quote our Sikh guru who said, "De Shiva Paramohe Ihe, Shubhakaran Kabhi na daru, Karu Shubh to Jaun Ladu, Nischay Kar Apni Jeet Karu." Before we discuss about what the program is going to be, let me introduce you to Amity Universe. Amity Universe is the only university with US and UK accreditation. Divya, next slide, please. With campuses not only in India, we have campuses all over the globe. And if you look at when we have different campuses, we have global institutions for learning and development, and hence is the role that partnership brings in. We not only we don't believe in competing, we believe in collaborating. And that's the reason why we have collaborations with the best of the education system. Next slide, please, Divya. So the campuses in India, we have Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, Chandigarh, Chennai, Hyderabad, Indore, Kochi, Mumbai, Noida, Patna, and Pune. My team, AITD, right now is joined through Noida with Divya on remote, and she is joined in through Mumbai. Next slide, please, Divya. We do have, as I shared, we do have global campuses. We have campuses. The idea is to take the Indian thought, Indian wisdom, Indian training, teaching to all across the globe. Next slide, please, Divya. Now let's come to AITD. Amity Institute of Training and Development is the training arm of Amity University. So what we do, we train the corporates, PSUs, and the defense forces. Since our inception, which was somewhere around 16 to 17 years ago, we have trained approximately more than 2 lakh participants. And I am so happy to share that this happens to be our 5th CLMDP batch for this year. Of course, how can we do so? We can only do so if we have a battery of coaches, and you would be meeting most of them. So with this, I start the session with Divya. Can you go back to the last slide, the previous slide? I start with the objective. Nahin, piche wali Divya. I start with the objective. Yes, this one. Thanks, Divya. So I start with the objective of the engagement. What is the objective that we all have gathered here? The objective is to share leadership and modern management tools for you so that you are better at work. But before we do so, let me share one thing. Management as education or leadership has drawn maximum from forces. Leadership as a term has been derived from, highly influenced, in fact, from forces all across globe. Strategy as a word was never in management. This is a word which has been taken from the forces. So the challenge is, how do we train you in leadership and management? We can train you in leadership and management by sharing what we know. We can train you in leadership and management by enabling you to get into a discussion mode and learn from your peers. We can change, or we can contribute in your leadership development by bringing in people of different walks of life. It's not only BSF that we are looking for. There can be a topic which can be related at different perspective. So anything or any subject that we talk about would have different perspective for different people. As we say, we all are similar in some ways, but every person is unique. And that's how we believe that sharing and listening to different perspectives adds value to you as an individual and as a professional at workplace. And this is exactly the objective of the course. Next slide, please, Divya. So how do we do that? There are 3 mandates that BSF has given. It is, of course, help you to access the modern management approach and tools. There would be some that you would be doing already. How do we think about it to make it much better? Then the second mandate that has been given is to relate to these approach and tools and establish military leadership traits, or I would say forces leadership trait. I somewhat do not like to use the term military, I would say forces. And the third one is adapt to the needs of ever-changing geostrategic situation and socio-economic conditions. The way we have been brought up is not the way the young recruits are going to be. And that has been the constant change in society. The way our forefathers were, we are not. I would not say it is wrong. I would say it is a great blessing, because there we find that we have different perspectives, we have challenges, we learn some, and we share some to make them better. Divya, next slide, please. So for the entire program, I am being joined by mentors. I've been joined by coaches who are going to take you through this journey. AITD has a great way by which we create courses. So say, for instance, when we got this mandate of conducting CLMDP program, our internal mentor, Brigadier R.K. Sharma, helped us, who has a military background, helped us to understand, since his extensive work around working with BSF, he helped us with his own inputs about what are the areas that we need to bring into the table. What are the issues BSF faces? And to accentuate that, we have 2 pillars of the course, Mr. R.A. Tiwari, who is IGBSF, and Mr. P.G. Rao, ex-DIG BSF. Of course, the entire team was stitched in by our CEO mentor, Dr. Nitin Batra. So with other inputs from people from forces, management, strategists, people who are in logistics, we have tried to bring in or stitch through a course wherein we would be touching each and every aspect of management and leadership. Divya, next slide, please. So now, in order to be who all would be your coaches, I would not go by each profile, but I would say that you would be joined by people who are expert in behavioral sciences, who are expert in organizational development, who are expert strategies, who have served forces, who are counselors, who are psychologists, who are researchers, who are mindfulness coach, who are yoga practitioners, and you are actually contributing to directly by research to the forces. There would be people who would be joining as an external panel, like we have an eminent speaker, Dr. Aruna Bruta. She has, I think, 40 years of experience working with forces. We'll have Dr. Swati Mukherjee, who is a scientist at DIPR. She would also talk about her own inputs or what she has learned, and together we'll try to create it as a great learning experience. Next slide, please, Divya. Not only we would be talking about management, but tomorrow onwards, we'll start with a voluntary yoga session. 15 minutes of yoga session every day from 9:15 to 9:30, wherein Dr. Neha Jaina takes you through simple breathing exercises to actually getting into a meditative state. That's how we will start our days with. And with special recommendation of Brigadier R.K. Sharma, we have got a course in which we would be talking about your personal finance. How do you, or how do it will help you not only manage your finances, personal finance, because that's also is a part of your life. And if you are well financed, or maybe well with that part of your life, you are tension-free, stress-free, and able to contribute more. Next slide, please, Divya. Okay, thank you, Divya. You can take down the slides. Thank you. I just wanted to check if we have, I saw Brigadier Sir joining in. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Vani. Thank you. Nice to be here today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. And thank you for taking time and joining us. I know that you're busy. You're logged in from home. You were coming to office a little late, but you have joined in. So thank you for being with us. So before we start, your point of view about the course and how the participants, they drive the maximum out of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me clearly, Vani?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Good morning to all the commandants and other senior people of the BSF who are with us today. We welcome you all, and it's been my pleasure to be associated with this training program. I've had the privilege of commanding a brigade on the line of control, in which we had more than one BSF battalion under the operational control of our brigade. And it was a wonderful time I had. And it was a very sensitive area on the line of control. And the BSF battalion was holding a separate sector. And they did a wonderful job there in spite of all the infiltration attempts and other activities which go on, as you all know, on the line of control. So I know BSF is a wonderful command. You all have large areas of responsibility, and even on the international border, there is always something going on. You have to be very vigilant. And many of you are on different terrains, on the riverine terrain and the desert terrain, in the line of control scenario. So you all have vast areas of experience, and the BSF has been doing a wonderful job all these years. I have had very close association with the BSF, both in the line of control and in Punjab and Rajasthan and even Ran of Kutch. I've been to all the notice posts which you all are holding there in Ran of Kutch. It's a wonderful course that has been designed for you. And you will find very non-conventional topics here, which all of us in the services, very rarely get the opportunity to be exposed to those areas of personal improvement and psychological aspects. So I'm sure this journey is going to be very interesting for you. And I wish you all the best, and we will be together. And let's hope we have a wonderful program. Thank you, Vani. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for making it for us. And thank you for encouraging us. You have always been a source of inspiration personally to me and to the entire team at AITD. Thank you. Of course, Brigadier Sir is an inspiration, but we are also joined by two eminent personalities. Of course, they are mentors. They have been constant guide. I've been not able to touch base with them before the start of the course because of some personal family commitment. I welcome Dr. Tiwari sir and Rao sir, who are part of AITT now, but have served BSF with long years of services. They have been mentors to me, to the entire team for the CLMDP course, and they have been the people whom we connect every day post the session to ask whether we have been able to fulfill the mandate or not. Rao sir, it's good to see you on camera. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Vani. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir.
Everybody.
Good morning, sir. Any inputs for the cohort before we start or initiate the day today?
Good morning to everybody. My dear commandants of Border Security Force, welcome to the table. The flight is of 80 hours spread over 12 days. And the captain of the flight is Ms. Vani Ganda, assisted by the CEO, Dr. Nitin Batra. I have broken bread with you in BSF Academy, Teganpur, most of you, I think, and I welcome you. On the sidelines of this CLMDP, I'll be watching very keenly the participant and the coaches interaction. Thank you and a good day.
Thank you, sir. Toss to the point and effective. That's what I've learned from you. So thank you. Before we start, I would like the participants to share where they're from and what are their expectations from this course. So
Vani, Mr. Tiwari has to say something.
Oh, sorry. I could not see him on the screen. Tiwari sir, good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Vani. How
Good
are
morning.
you?
I'm fine, sir. My apologies that I could not connect. There was some family.
Not at all. Very good. My dear colleague, Mr. Rao, has spoken. And first of all, I welcome all the dear participants to this CLMDP. And I was one of you for about 38 years and retired as IG BSF after commanding Baramulla Frontier, MNC Frontier, North Bengal Frontier, and lastly as IG training. I welcome you all to this program, Core Leadership Management Development Program at Amity University. As have been mentioned, I am one of the mentor of this program. Earlier, myself and Rao together, we were with Amity on regular basis for about 10 years. So I have served in Amity University. It's a wonderful experience at Amity, and the course has been designed in such a way that as a commandant, you will be able to learn a lot from Amity University in this program. And the course, Ms. Bani will be explaining to you, it is interactive. So your participation will be as much useful for Amity as well as other participants, in addition to the lectures given by various experts. The coaches has been selected in such a way that they are the real experts in their field. So I'm quite hopeful that my dear commandants will be benefited a lot. And at the end, I say all the best to all of you from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. Thank you for that constant motivation. Thank you for being a critic whenever to see that the mandated quality is delivered. Thank you, Brigadier sir, for being with us. Lovely to have all three of you with us in this inaugural session. I'll start with giving a brief about the course, what we have done, and what is our thought behind the entire course. Now, the research says that in order to lead organization, we lead ourselves, then we can be able to lead the teams and then the organization. So this program is into 3 phases, or if I say it is divided into, there's an echo. So it is divided into 3 broad phases. First is all about leading self. Second is all about leading teams. And third is deliberating or discussing how we can bring small and bigger changes at the organization level. With this, we have decided to take the program or divide it into 6 talents of a leader. To have those talents and discuss about those talents, I'll be joined by my coaches a little later. But before we start, I would like you to tell me something about yourself and what are your expectations from the course. So what you can do is you can unmute yourself and talk where you're from and what are your expectations from this 12-day journey. Anybody would like to take the lead? Anybody? Before I'll have to put it, anybody?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Dinesh Pal Singh. I'm Commandant speaking from Aizawl, Mizoram.
Great, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful and lively inaugural season. It was nice to see PJ Rao sir, whom we are seeing after almost 25 years. He had been our mentor in basic training. I'm here on Indo-Bangla border. As regarding my expectations, we are coming raw. This, as told by Brigadier Rajesh Sharma sir, that this is a almost new era to us. We are not knowing what subjects are going to be covered. But since we are all likely to be groomed and for the next rank, that is the rank of DIG. So we hope that we will be given some inputs which will help us in not only our next challenge, next responsibility, but also of the responsibilities of the day regarding man management, which has actually become such a tough job in today's diverse society where troops are actually facing challenges not only from home front, social front, as well as from the this service environment. So I hope after undergoing this course, we would be certainly more wise on these accounts, and we will be able to handle those problems with more calmness, and that will be our relevance to us. Thank you much. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your inputs. I'm sure we live up to that particular mandate that you have shared. The idea is, of course, to exchange ideas and to learn together. Anybody else who would like to share as what? First, let us know from where you are, and then we can understand what your expectation is through this course. People who would like to chat, you can use to type also the chat function of Zoom, wherein you can put from where you are, so that before we start formally, we would know you and probably we understand your expectation. So anybody else who would like to share? Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Sanjay ji.
Good morning, ma'am. Sanjay Tandon. I'm Commandant. I'm commanding 111th Battalion BSF in Nagaland, ma'am. This is a very, this battalion is endowed with a very rare and unique history, which has got no parallel in the country, with different roles and tasks since its inception, ma'am. It was raised somewhere in 1973. The origins of this battalion are enshrined in the history of the Naga insurgency, which is the oldest insurgency in the world. Ma'am, the battalion has remained here, kept on shuttling between various locations in Nagaland only. The battalion, by its very presence, has ensured a peaceful environment in the region, ma'am. And the battalion stands as a tribute to the commitment of the India government to the Nagas, ma'am. Ma'am, of course, the times have changed. I belong to 1996 batch, having been trained under Mr. P.J. Rao, sir. Very nice to see him. He was our senior instructor, ma'am. And despite various odds, ma'am, on my personal front, but I managed to pull out. And it's because a major chunk of the credit goes to him, ma'am. Of course, ma'am, during 26 years, the times have changed. The training methodologies have changed. The way we think, the way we were trained and groomed, we were trained in a hard way. But of course, with the passage of time, with the advent of social media, there are changes. But definitely, ma'am, treating this course as a mandatory course, but this module, Core Leadership Management and Development Program, definitely it will. I expect, I'm very sure we have got very good inputs about the inputs being given by you and your team, ma'am. And definitely, ma'am, with these inputs at the end of 12 days, I think we will be able to lead ourselves, others, as well as the organization and the objectives, definitely with support of MT, ma'am. This is what I have to say, and thank you very much. Thank you,
Sanjay ji. Thank you for putting it so well. And definitely, I don't know much about military, but then yes, being of forces, because I'm not part of it. To be very honest, I use this cohort to share my childhood dream. I always wanted to be a doctor, doctor in the sense surgeon, and helping the armed forces. Forces here doesn't mean just one sect. Forces here means any. And staying with you all helps me, that gives me a reinforcement that, of course, मैं doctor तो नहीं बन पाई, वो वाली, पढ़ाई वाली बन पाई, but at least I got this opportunity to serve you. That's what my childhood dream was. The kind of contributions forces, especially BSF, has done in Northeast is commendable. I've been hearing it throughout the batches that we have run. I'm looking forward for more. To be very honest, all your stories have been inspirational for me, and I keep on sharing it with the younger generation at home. To be very honest, they also look forward for another CLM DP batch, because my stories get, the quota of the story gets over. I get it from the next batch and share it with them. That's how we can help the younger generation to have a sneak preview of what contribution is there at the front line of the defense. Thank you all for that. Anybody else who would like to share where they're from and their expectations from the sessions?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Khanindra Chaudhary.
Good morning, sir.
Commandant 6 Battalion. And I am deployed in Indo-Bangladesh border and guarding the enclave, that is unique features, I should say. It is a country within the country. It is basically 18 square kilometer an area, that is Bangladesh area, basically Bangladesh territory that has been located within the country. So my expectation particularly from this course is regarding the man management part. One part, other part that has already been explained by my colleague. Man management part, that is the career prospect. As you know, the force is basically, our commitment is such that we need to be constantly motivated ourselves as well as our under command. So under that scenario, the career prospect is very important issue. Unless you are having some perspective in your front, you cannot be motivated yourself. So for last few years, I must say it is last, say 15 to 20 years, the BSF is suffering worst, I think, as far as the stagnation is concerned. So I would like to request kindly to share some input during the course, how to deal with the stagnation and how we can achieve a better career prospect for under command as well as for ourselves also, so that we ourselves as well as our under command can be motivated and can keep motivated and keep the morale high. That's it, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for putting that context so well, very well articulated, to the precise, pointed. Our 90% of the course is about man management. And to be very honest, when I said that, we would be talking about leading self, we can only manage others better if we know ourselves well. As I always say in all the batches, what is there in microcosm is in the microcosm. जो समष्टि में है, वही व्यष्टि में है. And with this premises, we would be, of course, taking the flow like we would be understanding ourselves better. This we would start on day 3. Day 1 and 2 is going to be just an overview about what we are and what we intend to as BSF Commandant. Day 3 onwards, it is going to be a journey inside. The journey walking inside. In our day-to-day experiences, unfortunately, we don't connect with ourselves. We are running, one task after another task. How many of us get time to think back, pause, and think through about questions about ourselves? I don't know about you, but this is one thing that I think we as the next generation is absolutely not doing. That is pausing and thinking through, because it takes effort to talk to yourself. It takes a lot of effort to, communicate the wrong things or the areas of improvement that we would like to bring in ourselves. Until and unless we don't accept them, we'll never be open for, change. And that's what the sessions would be. How would we do that? We would be using a lot of psychometric tests. So there is a participant, I'll not name him. He said that, do you have tests after these sessions? No, sir. There would not be any assessment in that wherein we are going to grade you. The assessments are going to be psychometric, wherein you are going to assess yourself. Are we interested in those scores? No. Those scores are for you. We will be helping you or enabling you to read that psychometric so well that you can do it for the others, the under commandment, if you are interested. In fact, we are going to share that material so that you can do it with your teams. And of course, if you need help while doing it with your teams, of course, count me in. I'm just a phone call away or an email away. You know both my coordinates. So this is what we would be doing. And I'm sure with that, with understanding self, then we will go to the next stage of understanding others, or how do we lead others. That becomes very easy when we understand ourselves. And then once you are in that stature wherein the team, you have understood the nitty-gritty of team, the organization is nothing but bundles of such teams, and then you can think through. That's exactly in a very simple way. This is exactly what the course is all about. I'll not dwell more because my colleague, Dr. Pooja and Dr. Taranjeet are going to talk about it in detail today for the entire day. I don't want to steal that thunder from them. But yes, man management is the forte of this course. Anybody else who would like to share about themselves and their expectations from this course? Anybody? Anybody?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I'm Anurag Mani.
Good morning, sir.
I'm from Bihar. And as of now, I am posted in Kolkata, commanding 85 Battalion BSF. In due course of time in next 12 days, there would be issues related to day-to-day functioning of the force. Decision is to be taken as a CO, commandant of a unit. And there would be various issues related to man management. I would be basically, or all of my colleagues would be posing questions related to decision making in next 12 days. That is basically what I feel like, that situational issues would be projected. And I would like to know, in that circumstances, what would be the best course of decision or action which is to be taken by as a leader or as a CEO of a unit. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. One personal thing that I would like to share. You are in a state wherein I was born. So Bihar happens to be my Janma Bhumi. My salute to, or my salutations to the place that, or the state that where I was born. You have brought back those memories. Thank you for just mentioning that state. It brought fond memories. Yes, sir, we would be, actually this course is all about discussion. So you would find that it is not going to be a regular theoretical sessions. Here it is going to be session led by the participants, wherein they are going to ask questions, and we with our experience, with our knowledge limited, we would be helping you with those questions. Of course, I will be part of this 12-day journey. I would be joined in those sessions by my colleagues who are going to join from various parts of the country. So this is exactly what we are going to do. There would be, I would not say that we would be able to answer all 100% of your questions. And there would be questions that would be, unanswered. But I'm sure those unanswered questions, I'm confident that after this particular course, you would find out the answers, or you would be good enough to find out those answers. There would be some questions which operationally we would not understand, because to be very honest, I have never been to a BSF post. As you have never been to a university sitting and understanding what the work culture is for a trainer or a researcher is, the same way we haven't been. What we have learned is through participants, through experts, through sirs who have introduced themselves in inauguration. They would be joined with us. They are going to be part of all the 12 days. So there would be questions that would be unanswered. I would be reaching out to them to understand them better, and would bring out forth the solutions to you. So looking forward for those questions. There's one thing that BSF batches are special for me. There are in fact two things. One, I really get inspired by your way of disagreeing, respectfully disagreeing, and sharing your views. I would be happy if this batch continues to do so. Challenge not us, but yourselves also. Because once we challenge ourselves, then the questions arise. So that's something that is special for BSF courses, right from batch 1. The second thing is, of course, the connection of all the peers together. There are people, all of you have worked or contributed and have faced adversities. And as they say, adversity is the biggest teacher. This platform or this course is going to be one of the platforms wherein you can connect and discuss the problems that you are facing. I think that is going to help you to get answers from the experience, good, bad, ugly, the commitment of everybody to the common cause. So yes, So that's what these sessions are going to be all about. Anybody else? Thank you, sir, for sharing it well. Looking forward for your questions. Anybody else who would like to share before we take a small break and come back for the first session program overview? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning. This is Commandant Jagir Chand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Right now, I am on deputation in BPR&D, Bureau of Police Research and Development.
Wow.
And I am BTech in Mechanical Engineering, and I am Principal Scientific Officer here.
Wow. Great.
I have simple expectations from this course. Commanding a battalion 20 or 30 years back and commanding a battalion now. There is a huge gap, huge differences there. 30 years back, there were willing constabulary who, by virtue of their requirement, they were joining force and they were ambitious to serve the country. Today, the constabulary is highly educated. Most of them, they are overqualified. Some of the constables are BTech. Some are postgraduates. They are constables. And the world is becoming materialistic day by day. Desires and requirements of constabulary are different now. Because of advancement of technology, they are more connected to their families. Minute by minute and second by second, they are sharing their experience, sharing their problems, getting the feedback from their families through the mobile phone and other sources of information technology. So, but the command structure, the expectations, and the conventional methods of guarding the border are remaining the same. We were having the same approach which we were adopting 20-30 years back. So we have qualified constabulary now. How to lead, how to be more connected with those constables, because it was very easy to connect with a constable who is middle class qualified or a metric 10th pass constable. Now they are at par with us. How to be more connected, how to lead those constabulary, the constabulary which is qualified and tech savvy, having more desires, more requirements with the advancement of technology and the changing world. These are my expectations, that we should learn new traits of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and welcome on board. I am actually very happy to have you. Reason being, this is the first part that we are going to have somebody who is from a research wing, and that's where things are going to be very exciting. Your question posed, it's not, I'll just share, sir, my research area is future of work, of course, with an element of spirituality. Future of work is an area of research wherein we discuss about how do we keep employees engaged with change of times. So my, what you are talking about is something that I do for constantly think. So this whole world is going through a very different phase. It's not only BSF. I don't know whether you have heard this term. It's called the Great Resignations. Most of the organizations wherein the young people who join are not stable. The idea is the management who are of the age that we are in says that they are not loyal, they're not committed. And the other person on the other side of the, the young people say that we are not able to engage them properly. And then hence, we are not able to. I would not, discuss about why they are not engaged, or maybe why they are resigning. That is going to be part of our discussions. But yes, there is a need understand things from their perspective. So, I mean, I take this liberty to say that we all in this cohort are of the similar mindset, wherein we have stayed with an organization for long. We believe in commitment. We believe in long innings. The new generation believes in experiences, and that's where you said that their desires are more. I would say desires, yes, and at the same time, information overload is more. We as individuals in this, at their age, did not had an access to all this. And wherein a lot of information doesn't mean knowledge. A lot of information doesn't mean wisdom. And I would not say that wisdom is something which is dependent on age. Wisdom is dependent on something to do with your maturity here. And I think these are the variables that we are going to talk about. Very rightly said, what are the ways by which we can, keep them together? I'll just share an input because you talked about research. I'll say there's a research done by Gallup along with Harvard Business School, and this is not done with forces. So I'll use the term disclaimer. And they say that we join an organization because of its image. We join an organization because of its brand. We join an organization because of the facilities that we are going to get. We join an organization because of salary. We join an organization because of security that organization is going to give us. And this is the research. But we stay in the organization not because of all this. We stay in the organization only because how we or our manager or supervisor treats us. 70% of the respondents said that they would like to stay in a small organization if they are treated well with no exorbitant salaries. This is the research, and I'll share that link on the WhatsApp group. Of course, I'll keep on sharing all this. Read through that research and you would be, and there the question rises that, are we able to understand? Let's accept the fact that these young generation are not like us. The fact is that we want them to be ourselves. They're not going to be. I have tried it the hard way with my kids, nieces and nephews. They have their own mind and they're pretty sharp, much sharper than what we are. So let's accept it. Now, how do we bring them stay committed, stay aligned? That's the question. Now, when the expectation is that they are not going to be like us, then things becomes a little easy. The idea is, how do we make them aligned? That is something that we would be talking in detail when we are going to discuss this. I take this as a personal question, sir, Jahangir sir, and we would be deliberating more on it. Today, you would say that why I'm not doing so? The idea is, while my colleagues, Dr. Pooja and Dr. Taranjeet, set the context pretty straight with you all, you would understand that this is something that we have covered in the course. So with that, let's take a small break. You can stretch, relax, sip tea, and then we resume in next 10 minutes for taking the session forward and talking to you, understanding what you want through this session, and then joined by Dr. Taranjeet and Pooja, we'll take it forward as what we have got on the table, what are the gaps, and set the context, and then roll out the session. So let's take a 10 minutes break. Time by my watch is 10:31. We resume back by 10:41. Stretch, relax, and then be ready for the learning journey ahead. Thank you. Participants can unmute and connect with themselves. Feel free to do so. I'll ask the IT team to stop the recording, and because it happens to be a personal conversation. So Divya, help me to stop the recording on YouTube, and then commandants can connect with their colleagues and friends.
Arvind, can you stop the record?
For the session, Dr. Taranjeet and Dr. Pooja, they'll set the context for the entire course today. I'll be around, but they are the ones who are now going to take charge. But before they do, let me formally introduce them to you. Just give me a second. So Dr. Taranjeet is an experienced faculty on interpersonal communication, team building, and leadership. Technical transactional analysis, conflict management, cheerful outlook, internal motivation, and self-development. She has a rich experience of behavioral skills and personality development programs for BSF, CRPF, Police Election Commission, besides public sector and government organization. I may say she has been integral part of the since from batch 1. And she is one of our faculties who have traveled to the BSF Tekanpur campus and have conducted sessions there. So I welcome Dr. Taranjeet for that interaction with the cohort, the CLMDB batch for December 2022. I'm also joined by Pooja. I would say Dr. Pooja or Pooja. She has a rich experience in identification of training needs for clients and preparing training modules and coaching teams on these skill set. She has conducted training programs for various public and private sector organizations, including MEA, Election Commission of India, Directorate General Resettlement, courses for officers and JCOs, ONGC, DST, CRIPCO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, etc. She is certified by IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, as Master Trainer. So welcome, Dr. Pooja. Welcome to the cohort. And over to you to take the session forward. Yeah. I'm sure with both of you around, it's definitely, I don't have to think about whether it is going to be interactive or not interactive. You are veterans, you are the ones who have done it, most of for all the batches that we have taken up. So over to you to build the context, and then we build on the course. So over to you.
Thank you, Vani. Thank you so much. And namaste, everybody. Wish you a very warm and a very pleasant morning to all the esteemed dignitaries and to our esteemed participants. I, along with my coach, Dr. Taranjeet Duggal, extend a very, very heartfelt welcome to all the esteemed participants of the core leadership and management development program. आप सबका Amity University online session में हार्दिक स्वागत है. Although we all would have looked forward to having you in our campus, so I think maybe a few days down the line we would look forward to that pleasure also to meet each one of you in person, have you in person for the training sessions. As a coach, it is an honor for me to be present in this virtual meeting with all the great and glorious BSF commandants today. Each of the commandants present here, we all acknowledge that you have your own success stories which has brought you here. BSF actually requires a high degree of professional integrity and commitment to function, and that too under tremendous stressful conditions, and above all, to function on a zero error basis. So it becomes all the more imperative that all the officers of the force must possess high level of leadership in conjunction with modern management acumen and tools that will help you to lead, motivate, and inspire the under command to get the best. Now, this program has been designed in the same way to meet the same expectations. And it is surely going to give opportunity to each one of you to take a pause. All of you are there in your uniforms. All of you are there. I'm sure, continuous work would also be happening side by side. But I still, always believe that any training program gives the participants an opportunity to take a pause from some amount of pause from the day-to-day working. And this pause is really essential because we call it a pause to proceed, a pause that will help you to introspect how far your journey has been, what your journey has been, and how you want to take it forward. A pause that will help you to break the patterns of revolving in day-to-day life to move to future stages of evolving, where you evolve, as a better person, as a better leader, not only in your professional lives in BSF, but also to a great extent. I'm sure this program is going to contribute to your personal success journey as well. So are you all as excited as we are to kickstart this 2 weeks journey of learning, collaborating, and developing? Please give me a green tick, or you can raise your hand. Are we all as excited to start this journey? Yes, some thoughts. I was, in the starting session, I was listening to a few of you. Are we ready? Amitabh ji, are we ready?
We are ready, ma'am, ready.
Yes, Tripathi sir, ready. Okay, great. Vivek sir, are we ready, sir? Some views at this point of time before we kickstart the session. Ajay sir, Chandrakant sir. You may unmute yourself also and connect on voice.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, perfect, perfect. Throughout the session, we will be using Zoom platform is really great session, great platform. We will be using chat extensively, but at the core of our hearts, we would love to listen from you. We would love to have your inputs at all points of time in the session. So just give me a second as I share the PPT with all of you. Yeah. Sir, I'll just take you to the Zoom platform. Give me a second. I'll walk you through the Zoom platform. Are the slides visible, Vani?
Yes, Pooja, it's visible.
Thank you so much. So to kickstart, let me take you all through the Zoom platform. Sir, on the Zoom platform, just bottom on the left, we see a mute, unmute icon. Whenever you have to connect with us, share your unmutes, please feel free to unmute yourself. On all other times, keep yourself on mute. Then I'll just let me annotate it to you to look better. So this is the mute, unmute icon. Then again at the bottom left is the video icon. Many of you, I can see your beautiful faces, but yes, we would request all of you to keep your cameras on at all points of time. Jagirchan sir, if you could just switch on your camera. Dinesh Palji, Atul sir, if we can see you on the camera, it would be really great. Ram sir, Khanindra sir, if we can see you on the camera, I think it's really going to be great. If possible, please switch on your cameras at all point of time. Sir, AK, what I can see on the camera, your name is coming by Samsung. Sir, if you can change your name, please. Sir, you have to unmute yourself, sir. Bottom left, unmute icon is there. Sir, आपको unmute करना पड़ेगा. I am asking you to unmute, please. Vani, can we help him to rename himself, sir?
IT support, can we request you if you can help the participant to unmute, please?
Unmute and rename also, because his name is coming to, yeah, he is connecting to audio. His name is coming to Samsung. If we can change that so that everybody can see.
Yes. Sure. We'll try to connect.
Yeah. Dinesh Pal sir, now I can see you on the camera. Great sir, lot of sunlight coming in. लगता है सर सीधा रोशनी आ रही है सूर्य की आप पे. दिनेश पाल सिंह सर अनम्यूट कर लीजिए अपने आप को प्लीज. हाँ जी.
आइजोल का वेदर ऐसा ही है मैम.
Okay sir, how are you sir?
I'm good मैम, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I was telling you, please unmute yourself whenever you feel to share your inputs with us, and keep your camera on the on mode. Now, and at the bottom center again we can see a series of icons. आपका participant list है पहले, उसके साथ आपका chat icon है. All of you try typing a good morning or a hi or how are you feeling in the chat right now, so that we can just see and check if you are able to use the chat option. All of you can type some message for the other participants.
Ma'am, my name is Anand Kumar Sharma. Samsung का जो आ रहा है वो.
हाँ जी sir.
I think now it is Arvind Kumar Sharma only.
नहीं मैम, मुझे तो अभी सैमसंग ही दिख रहा है. सर आपको रीनेम का ऑप्शन आएगा, 3 डॉट्स हैं जहां पे ऊपर.
मैम डॉट्स वगैरह मुझे तो कुछ आता नहीं कंप्यूटर के बारे में, मैं तो
Sir, I will rename. Sir, what is if you can just tell me your name? I have got the rename options.
Anand Kumar Sharma.
Anand Kumar Sharma ji. I'm just renaming, sir. Give me a second, sir. Yes, it is changed now. I think Dr. Taranjit, we are able to see the name now.
Yes, Pooja.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Yes, everybody can write a message on the chat for each other so that we all are able to use the chat. Anurag ji, good morning. Ajay ji, good morning. Mohammed ji has written hi everybody. Srinathan Kumar, good morning from Gurugram. Okay, Jitendra ji, good morning. So I can see, many of you are able to use the chat. Jagi ji, hi, how are you? Okay, so chat, as I can see, many of us are easily able to use the chat. Next to chat is a series of emoticons. You may use a smiley to show the session is going good. You may use a cup of coffee to show that you want a tea break or a coffee break. So keep expressing yourself. Give me a thumbs up if we are in agreement with one another. All of you, give me a green tick or a thumbs up. Green tick or a thumbs up. Yes. Now I can see some thumbs up. Jagiji has raised his hand. Okay. Great. Jagiji, do you want to say something? Amitabh ji has given a thumbs up. Madhusudan ji, how are you, sir? You've given a thumbs up, sir. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. Fine,
Good
ma'am.
morning, sir. Kaise hai?
Fine, ma'am.
Okay. Nitin Gupta ji, how are you, sir? You've given a thumbs up. Very
Great, ma'am.
excited to kickstart the program, sir.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, great. So with this, I'm sure we are all hands-on with it. At any point of time during the program, need be, please let us know. IT support is there continuously with us, and we'll help you in whatever way is possible. Now, to know each other better, I'm sure many of you know each other in the cohort, but एक दूसरे को और अच्छे से जानने का मौका नहीं छोड़ेंगे. We'll kickstart with an ice-breaking, interesting session, and I'm sure Dr. Dugal will take us forward to this interesting session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks, Pooja. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this program. How do you feel today? How do you feel? Sir, you people can unmute yourself and you can speak to us. Like Pooja said, that we would be very happy and rather delighted to have you in the campus with us and have an offline program. But due to certain constraints and the requirements, we are in the online mode right now. So I think you could connect with us by unmuting yourself, replying us back, talking to us, and that's how we need to go ahead with the program. So how do you feel today, sir?
Good morning, ma'am. It's a
Good
welcome
morning, sir.
break. A welcome break, ma'am, from the daily monotony, and definitely the coming 12 days are going to give us a great chance, great learning, so that we are ultimately able to meet the objectives of the course, that is leading, knowing self, leading others, and leading the department, ma'am. Definitely.
Absolutely, Sanjay sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm very sure while Vani was discussing things with you in the morning, I heard everything. So I know a couple of you know each other. You've been in the batch together. You've been interacting with each other. But let us do something this morning to discover more about ourselves. So for your knowledge, what are we going to do right now is that we're going to do a small exercise. In this small exercise, what you're supposed to do, Pooja, can we move to the next slide, please?
Yeah, sure.
Now you have to plan for yourself. You will have to think about 3 statements. 2 statements need to be correct and 1 statement needs to be false, that is incorrect. And we will do it one by one and let us see how many of us can see which one is the statement which was not correct and which were the statements which were correct about that individual. This will help us to know each other better. We at Amity are a firm believer of that leadership is not about titles, positions, power, designations. It's all about relationships. So today here, we're going to start with building a relationship, knowing ourselves better and looking at how do we know that. So should we make a start? You need to talk about 3 statements. 2 statements need to be the correct one. 1 statement needs to be an absolute false about you, that is incorrect. People in the group will need to judge that. You'll have to guess. The person who does the maximum guessing right will definitely request Vani and our counterparts here to help you to provide a small token of appreciation from our side. Maybe a chocolate as an appreciation, nothing else. Let's talk about it. Who's going to start first? Who's going to start first? We can have, Pooja has just taught us how to raise our hands.
I will start first.
Okay, Jagir sir, good morning and welcome to the program. Fantastic hearing you this morning. And now over to you for this.
Good morning, ma'am. My first statement. I am Jagir Chand, DIG from BSF. Second statement. I joined BSF in 1996. Right now, I am on deputation in BPR&D. I have given my 3 statements.
Okay, who's going to take the lead to answer?
Me, ma'am.
Okay, Tripathi sir, great.
He said he is DIG. It was absolutely wrong, and both the statements were correct.
Okay, perfect. Was it right, sir?
Yes, yes, correct.
Great. So Tripathi sir has 1 correct now. Okay, who's going to now come in line?
Dr. Duggal, it seems as if they have taken it as a listening exercise. कि हम क्या गलत पकड़ सके उसमें से.
जी, बिल्कुल.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
3 statements. I love my family. I take care of my organization. That is, I care for my organization, BSF. Third, I hate my dog.
I hate my
dog.
Sir, इसका आंसर मैं दूंगी दुग्गल मैम. The third one is a lie.
Third one is the lie.
सर आप गेम बहुत इजी कर रहे हैं.
सर ये इजी था.
हाँ सर ये बहुत ज्यादा इजी है.
हम भी एक्सटर्नल्स हैं तो भी गेस कर सक रहे हैं.
हाँ.
कोई बात नहीं. Okay.
सर थोड़ा सा टफ करिए सब लोग.
But sir, Pooja is not in the competition right now.
I am not.
Let's have the next one. Let's make it interesting, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Vijay
My
sir.
3 questions. My 3 questions is my name is Vijay Kumar Ojha, and I am from Serial 20, and I am posted in 32 Battalion BSF.
Okay. Any answers? Any takers for that?
He is posted in sector headquarters, Gokul Nagar.
Tripathi sir, did you answer for this?
Yes.
Sir, is it a correct one?
He said he is posted in 32 battalion was wrong.
Okay. So is answer of the party, sir, correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is correct.
But
I
sir, I
am posted
think
in
you
sector
giving us
headquarters, Gokul
battalions,
Nagar.
sir. Sir, battalions, your counterparts would be knowing which battalions are you people in. Make it difficult,
Actually,
sir.
ma'am, there is actually, ma'am, the list which has been given in amenity, they are showing me is in 32 battalion. So I wanted to have it corrected. Actually, I am now in sector headquarters, Gokul Nagar.
Okay, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, we'll definitely pass on this message to our team and we'll get this corrected, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody else?
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Arun Kumar Singh, Commandant. Three things, three facts about me. One may be wrong. I have experience of serving in 2 other organizations.
Okay.
I am a pet lover.
Okay.
I am tallest officer in my batch.
Okay.
And third one is incorrect, ma'am. The third statement is incorrect.
Sir, Arun sir, Madhusudan sir जो बोल रहे हैं वो correct है क्या?
Yes, ma'am, he is right.
Wow. So Madhusudan sir gets 1 right now. Sir, the competition is increasing. Let's all participate into that. Anybody else now who's going to take a try?
Ma'am, now my statements, ma'am.
Okay, great Madhusudan sir.
My home state is Bihar. My chest number during basic training was 66. And I am a left-hander.
First one is wrong, ma'am.
First one is wrong. Yes.
First one is wrong.
He is not from Bihar.
Yeah, they are correct.
Other two.
Wow. So
students are
Madhusudan
correct.
sir, so many people answered for you. Great.
Ma'am, they know me very well, I think.
That's nice, sir. Sanjeev sir, would you like to take the turn? Sanjeev sir.
Yes, ma'am. Three statement about me is one is my chest number is 96. I belongs to ACD serial 22 and I am the tallest officer in my batch. Anybody can answer?
ये तो दो गलत हो गए आपके.
He is from ACD 22. He is from
दो
ACD
गलत हो गए.
22.
Serial 22 and the tallest officer.
Tripathi sir, you said he's the tallest answer. Person is a wrong answer.
Yes, both the wrong. 22 batch and tallest officer.
Ma'am, he has stated 2 wrong statements.
Is it
My
so,
fault.
sir?
My fault. Yes.
Sanjeev sir, you added a spice
point.
to the situation.
Yes. I have given 2 wrong statement. Sorry.
Ma'am, that
Okay.
requires bonus marks now.
Sir, bonus marks for this. Okay.
Okay.
Jagir sir, can I request you to please put your hand down? Jagir sir. Ajit sir. Shri Ajit Kumar ji. Sir, can you hear me? I think you can also pick up turns on your own, sir. You may not wait for us.
Dr.
to
Duggal, I think
say.
Chandrakant sir has raised his hand.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes.
It's Chandrakant Upadhyay.
Yeah, sir, please go ahead.
Good morning,
I'm
sir.
the fairest one among the participant in the course. Right now, I'm in Meghalaya, and I'm from the same batch as of Mr. Tripathi.
He's the fairest, ma'am. That's the wrong.
First one is wrong. Rest 2 statements are correct.
I think he is fairest man.
First is also correct.
Yes, he has stated
In
all
my
the
opinion, all 3
correct.
statements are correct. Is
Ajay
fairest.
sir, what are you saying? Ajay Tiwari sir, what are you saying? All the 3 statements are correct.
Yes. As
How,
per
sir?
my opinion, he is fairest
I am
one in
also
my
of the
course.
opinion, ma'am. Is all the 3 statements are correct.
Okay. So the answer comes to Chandra sir only. Sir, you will have to tell us which is a wrong statement. Sir.
They are judging it wrongly, and they are not giving the correct picture. That's all I can say.
So then you will let us know what is the correct picture.
The course senior will be telling it. I think he is duty bound now to speak the lie and speak the right thing only.
So
Ma'am,
Chandrakant answer, all the three statements were correct.
Ma'am, he is fairest by heart and not fairest among all.
That's wonderful, sir. I think knowing each other from within is more important. Navneet, sir. Amitabh, sir, would you like to take the turn?
My three statements are as under.
Sir, make it difficult, sir. No battalion, no chest number now.
Okay, ma'am. My three statements are as under. I am always in helping more to my colleagues. Second, I complete all my tasks with complete sincerity, and I am a teetotaler.
The third one is wrong.
All false, all false, all false.
All false.
All false.
All three wrong.
Party, sir.
Third one is
Party, sir.
incorrect.
Amitabh ji is saying all false.
No, third one is wrong. The first two are right.
Okay. The party, sir, is now saying first two are correct and the third is false.
Otherwise, next time, ma'am, Amitabh sir is not going to be helpful to Tripathi sir. Amitabh sir, please take a record of it. He's saying it's a lie.
I'll just try and improve on that aspect now.
Okay, great, sir.
Sincerity is very subjective. अब हम मान लेते हैं सही है.
Vivek, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Welcome to the program.
I'm Vivek Srivastava. I come from Tamil Nadu and I'm BSF officer.
Second one is false, sir.
He is not from Bihar, Tamil Nadu.
हाँ विवेक सर ये तो मैं भी गेस कर सकती थी कि आप बिहार से नहीं है.
I said Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu, I can also say that. विवेक सर थोड़ा सा difficult बनाइए ना अपने counterparts के लिए आप. The people, all of them know each other. You have to make it something difficult for them.
I'm Vivek Srivastava. I come from 15 batch. And my first battalion was 32 battalion.
चलिए सर अब बटालियन का क्वेश्चन पे बताइए.
Third statement is wrong, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Third statement is
Dinesh
wrong.
sir.
Yes, very correct, DP.
Sir, 49 बोल रहा था. Good morning, sir. Wrong time, sir.
तो दिनेश सर कौन सा स्टेटमेंट फॉल्स है सर का?
सर मैम इनका थर्ड स्टेटमेंट गलत है. ये 49 बोलते तो सही होता. मेरी और सर की पीरियड एक बटालियन थी बहुत पहले.
Is it so, Vivek sir?
My first battalion was 66, but we both of us were in 49. That is correct.
Very nice, sir. Great. Anand Kumar sir. Anand Kumar sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible to me. Sir, can we hear from you? Can we have 3 sentences from you?
My first statement, ma'am, to find fault with others is very easy.
Okay.
Second one, BSF is having zero error syndrome.
Okay.
And after this course, we won't take any benefits from this course.
Arey baap re, sir.
Third one is incorrect, ma'am.
Third one is incorrect, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Anand sir, is it right?
Yes.
So you are all said that you will take good things from this program, right?
Right.
And this program is going to add value to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having so much of trust and faith in us, sir. Thank you so much. Let's come over to somebody else who wants to take the turn.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, the 3 statements are, I'm looking after the
Tripathi
longest
sir,
part.
now you have to make them difficult.
ज्यादा तो नहीं, but सब जानते हैं सबके बारे में.
तो सर कुछ ऐसा जो ना जानते हो.
I'm looking after the longest border of the country. I'm posted in Sundarban area of the Bengal, and in family front, my both the daughters are pursuing their studies.
Third one is wrong.
Third one is wrong.
Third one is wrong.
Vidyarthi sir, Anurag sir is saying third one is wrong.
Yes.
He has a son and a daughter.
So both the daughters, that was the wrong option.
Yes.
Great. Now who's going to take the turn? Can we have Shri Mohammed Israel? Mohammed sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, I have not introduced myself. I'm Mohammed Israel. I'm commanding 91 Battalion BSF in Nagaon, Kashmir.
Sir, we can see a vague picture outside where you are sitting. We can see the pine trees, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my questions are like number one, I have two sons. Question number two is I have done my post graduation in economics from Punjab University, Chandigarh. And my third statement is I belong to Haryana, but my wife is from Rajasthan.
सर ये थोड़ा सा टफ हुआ है.
कुछ पॉइंट्स ऐड करिए.
नहीं, इनके पहला वाला गलत है.
एक बेटा एक बेटी है.
First one is wrong.
So first one is wrong.
Yes, ma'am. Tripathi is correct.
त्रिपाठी सर का तो स्कोर बढ़ता ही जा रहा है सर.
मैम त्रिपाठी सर के लिए तो एक बड़ी वाली चॉकलेट हो गई है जब मिलेंगे.
हाँ बिल्कुल.
या वानी को कह के कोरियर करानी पड़ेगी त्रिपाठी सर को.
नहीं वही आके ले लेंगे.
हाँ सर, प्लीज मोस्ट वेलकम सर, मोस्ट वेलकम.
मैम त्रिपाठी को पता है कि हम सबको छीनने की आदत है वैसे भी.
There is somebody who's very interestingly there. I can see the name, and the name that appears on my screen, I do not know is the correct name or not. But it is written as Pami. It is right.
Pamal. It is Pamal.
Quite correct.
It's correct, sir.
Correct. Yeah, ma'am. I'm Pamay. Right
Good morning,
now,
sir.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Pamay. Right now, I'm in commanding 185 Battalion BSF. It's located at Kangra, and we are tasked. I have been tasked to look after the security of Kartarpur corridor.
Wow, sir. I wish I could come to Kartarpur, sir, one day.
Sure, ma'am. You're welcome.
Sir, give us 3 statements about you, and sir, make it difficult.
My 3 statement will be: I belong to. I come from Nagaland.
तो बिहारी है.
No, Manipuri है.
गलत हो गया पहला स्टेटमेंट.
गलत.
बिहार से.
फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग.
पहला है बिहारी है, ये पहला ही गलत स्टेटमेंट दे रहा है.
अरे सीके सर, सबको क्यों बिहार में लेके जा रहे हो सर? कोई दूसरे जगह भी रहने दो.
चंद्रकांत सर को स्टेटमेंट्स कंप्लीट करने देते हैं.
प्लीज.
Sir.
And my third statement is I've served in National Security Guard.
Sir, what was your second statement, sir?
I play lawn tennis.
Okay. So, is the first statement wrong?
First is wrong and second and third are correct, ma'am.
Oh, sir, Chandrakant sir ने भी कहा, मोहम्मद sir ने भी कहा, first statement गलत है क्या sir?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm from Manipur.
You from Manipur and not from Nagaland.
Not from
Again incorrect.
Again incorrect, Chandrakant sir.
जी मैम.
How sir?
बिहार से है ये.
Let's have the next participant.
जी मैम, मेरे 3 स्टेटमेंट हैं.
अच्छा, दिनेश सर.
मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट बुलंदशहर है. मेरी बेटी लॉ में पढ़ रही है. मेरा नाम डीपी है लेकिन मेरा काम सर्विस है.
सर नाम डीपी है और काम
सर्विस है.
ओके.
थर्ड वन इज रॉन्ग.
कौन बोलता है?
सर अरुण सर इज सेइंग थर्ड वन इज रॉन्ग.
मैम ये आपके लिए एक पजल है, डीपी और सर्विस. आप इसको सॉल्व कर दो तो समझ लो कि आज का ये एक्सरसाइज खत्म।
इसका नाम डीपी है और काम भी डीपी है।
तो सर इसका मतलब थर्ड स्टेटमेंट गलत है। डीपी सर आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
जी मैम, ये मेरे बैचमेट है, कुछ भी बोलते हैं, जैसे ये इंटरप्रेट करते हैं वही ठीक है।
तो सर क्या थर्ड स्टेटमेंट गलत है?
हाँ जी मैम, आप भी बोल रही है गलत है।
सर मैं तो पूछ रही हूँ आपसे, मैं नहीं बोल रही सर।
वो गलत सही नहीं है, एक पजल है, इसको सॉल्व करना है आपको।
अरुण जी ने बोल दिया तो माना जाएगा मैम।
सर मतलब डॉक्टर दुग्गल, इसका मतलब कि जो डीपी काम है उसका हम डिकोड नहीं कर पाएंगे क्योंकि वो बीएसएफ का काम होगा कोई, तो इन सब हमारे लिए डिफिकल्ट कर रहे हैं लोग।
एब्सोल्युटली मैम, यू आर राइट।
तो अब हमारी हमें सर कोई लाइफ लाइन तो दीजिए, कुछ बताइए तो सही।
ठीक है मैम, मैं और 3 सवाल देता हूँ मैम। फिर ये तो मैं
3 सवाल और
के साथ थोड़ा मजाक के मूड में आ गया था। मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट बुलंदशहर है, मेरी बेटी लॉ में पढ़ रही है और मेरी पेरेंट यूनिट 56 थी।
सर ये तो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग।
हाउ डू यू नो मैम?
Just now only you said that you shared the battalion first posting with the sir, no? And that was 46 and not 56.
Yes, his first battalion is 49.
49 है भाई तुम्हारा।
49 मैम, वो पहले बोल रखा है 49, तो now he is again posing that question.
His first battalion is 49, so third one is wrong.
So third one is wrong.
Given the clue.
अब सर आप हमारे लिए चॉकलेट कोरियर कर दीजिएगा।
हाँ डीपी सर,
हमारी टीम के लिए चॉकलेट भेज दीजिएगा सर।
मैम वहीं दे देंगे आके।
ठीक है सर।
और सर आप वो वाला भी डिकोड करके सही आंसर बता दीजिए। नाम भी डीपी है और काम भी डीपी है। नाम तो समझ आ गया, काम तो वो बताइए सर।
काम नहीं बता सकते मैम, वो डिकोड हो ही नहीं सकते। It's not possible to decode.
अच्छा ओके।
चलिए सर, we leave you with that probably your own friends could decode it. That's more than enough for us, right?
Yes.
Sir, can we have Chaudhary sir with us? We can see him on the camera. Chaudhary sir, we would like to hear from you now.
Ma'am, I am having first question.
Tripathi sir, आपका score board नीचे जा रहा है।
Ma'am, I am K. Chaudhary. I am commanding 6th Battalion presently, and it is I am guarding the 3 Bigha corridor, which is connecting the enclave of Bangladesh with mainland of Bangladesh and passes through the India, having a stretch of 87 by 178 meters. My 3 questions are like this. I generally agree with my colleague when discussed on any issues. And second question is, my first battalion is 51 battalion.
Yes,
and third is, I am from Assam.
First is wrong. First is false.
He never agrees.
It is always false.
All 3 correct.
Yes.
Chaudhary sir, क्या है? All 3 correct कि
first one wrong?
First wrong.
First wrong. Okay.
He agrees to disagree.
Okay, let's move to the next participant, Surendra Singh ji. Surendra sir, can you hear us? सुरेंद्र सर, कैन यू हियर अस?
मैम वो बोलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सुरेंद्र सर, कैन आप अनम्यूट कर लेंगे सर, या आपका ईयर
am I audible now?
हाँ जी सर, आप बेटर है।
Good morning, I am Surendra Singh Sirohi. I am posted in North Bengal, Siliguri to be precise, and my unit is guarding the Chicken Neck area. As regards statement, all these 20 odd people, they know me inside out. So there is hardly anything that I can hide from them. But yet, since you have...
Sir, please try once.
मैडम, इनको मेरा सब कुछ पता है।
सब कुछ पता है।
सर कोशिश तो करिए।
Sir is an open book.
Absolutely. I'm one of the most chubbiest of them all, and remain very vocal on the social media. So they know me inside out, and there's nothing to hide, in fact.
अच्छा सुरेंद्र सर, फिर हम थोड़ा सा डॉक्टर दुबे हम थोड़ा सा गेम को यहाँ चेंज करते हैं. अब सुरेंद्र सर ने बोला कि सब चीज पता है. अब देखते हैं कौन सबसे पहले हाथ रेस करता है. I'll ask questions about Surender sir. What is Surender sir's favorite dish? What does he like to eat? You know, when he's in a good mood. Yes. Who's going to raise hand first? Let us see.
Sir, raise hand, please.
Raise hand पहले पता चले. Dinesh, DP sir. Yes, DP sir.
लिट्टी चोखा मैम.
सर सही कह रहे हैं?
ना गलत है.
गलत हो गया.
When I'm hungry, anything to eat is my favorite.
So चलिए, that's good. Now second question. Which place is his dream vacation? Who's going to answer? Dream vacation. कहाँ जाना चाहते हैं सर vacation लेके?
जाता ही नहीं है वो.
जाता ही नहीं. सर छुट्टी नहीं मिलती है, वो नहीं जाते. त्रिपाठी जी.
गोइंग टू वो घर में सीलिंग फैन के नीचे सोना ज्यादा पसंद करता है छुट्टी के दिन.
Is it so, Vishal sir?
यस मैम.
सुरेंद्र सर देख लीजिए, आप इतना भी ओपन बुक नहीं है. हमें बिल्कुल करेक्ट 2 डॉट आंसर्स नहीं आ रहे हैं. आप बताइए सुरेंद्र सर.
नहीं, I'm absolutely open book, and they know me inside out, and there is hardly anything that I can hide from them. It has been a journey of more than 26 years together, and I mean, I'm just wondering what statement can I give to them which I can hide. I mean, for me it's impossible. They have been my roommates. They have been, I mean, Vishal has been my roommate in the basic training, and he knows my all secrets.
Okay, sir. Last question Surender sir के लिए. Last question. अब please raise your hand if you know exactly. Surender sir Surender sir, I hope you are married, right sir?
Absolutely.
Surender sir की अब कौन सी wedding anniversary आएगी?
आ गई थी अभी, इनको सबको पता.
सर अभी next के लिए पूछते हैं. अभी कौन सी आएगी बोलेंगे?
24वीं आएगी.
विशाल जी.
24वीं.
Correct. 24. Correct.
Great. Really, ma'am, they know each other very well.
Very well. एक ही गांव से है दोनों मैम.
हम एक ही गांव से हैं मैम दोनों.
अच्छा.
आप वो छोड़ दीजिए कि साथ वाले पोस्टमेट है, साथ के गांव वाले हैं ये.
Rare coincidence in forces.
और सर ये भी हो सकता है 24 साल के दुख दर्द भी साथ ही शेयर कर रहे हैं सर. On a lighter note. Okay.
Anybody else who would like to opt? Or by chance, if we've left, Jitendra Gupta ji.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
I am Jitendra Gupta, Commandant 49 Battalion BSF, and presently I am in Dhubri, Assam. And my battalion is deployed on the Brahmaputra River. I specifically said on Brahmaputra river bed. My all deployment is within Brahmaputra. And madam, my 3 statements are: I love pets, I play golf, and I love cracking jokes.
बताइए कौन सा स्टेटमेंट सर का गलत है?
First statement.
First statement is false.
He is fully domesticated. He doesn't love pets. पहला वाला ही गलत है, बाकी दोनों ठीक है.
जितेंद्र सर, पहला वाला गलत है क्या?
Yes, madam.
क्या बात है सर?
तरनजीत, डॉक्टर तरनजीत मैम, हमें ये अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं छोड़नी चाहिए. एक जोक सुन के आगे बढ़ेंगे.
बिल्कुल मैडम, मैं तो वही कहने वाली थी सर को.
नहीं मैडम,
एक बढ़िया सा जोक हो जाए.
अरे पब्लिक डिमांड है भाई, सुनाई दे.
No, those jokes are for within houses.
हाँ सर.
Madam, this is not within house.
अरे अब हाउस चल रहा है, सेशन लाइव है. अब क्या चाहिए तुम्हें? टाइम स्क्वायर्स.
सर अगर सुना पाएंगे, जोक शेयर कर पाएंगे इस प्लेटफॉर्म में, तो वी वुड लव टू हियर फ्रॉम यू सर.
Sure, ma'am. Madam, one of my oldies, it is his joke basically.
Okay.
And one Haranvi asked, from a bus driver कि ये बस किधर जाती है. उसने बोला ये बस सिरोही जाती है. तो उसने बोला बस पे तो हिसार लिखा है बोर्ड पर. तो हरियाणवी सेड तो बोर्ड पे ही बैठ जा.
Okay, sir. Great.
Great. Sir, there is 19667577. I think maybe some number which is coming. Which
I can change the name here. Sir, अगर आप अपना नाम बता दें तो मैं rename कर
but we can't say your name, sir.
It's Shitlau. SITHLOU.
Sheetal Singh.
Sir, if you can again, sir, tell me the spellings. I can change the name.
SITHLOU. Shitlau.
SITHLOU.
Shitno.
ये सबसे तगड़ा स्टेटमेंट हो गया कि आप उसकी स्पेलिंग नहीं जान रहे हैं.
सर मेरे को क्लियरली नहीं सुनाई दे रहा था और मैं कोई एरर भी नहीं करना चाहती थी. आई हैव रीनेम्ड. आई थिंक कोई एरर नहीं हुआ है मुझसे.
That is Sital How. SITHL.
एक सेकेंड सर, फिर कहीं एक मिनट. I can't trace now. हाँ सर प्लीज बताइए सर. सॉरी मेरे को क्लियर नहीं सुनाई दिया. दोबारा बता दीजिए सर.
SITL HOU.
Okay sir. Okay, I'll just try changing.
Titlo sir, can you hear us? I think you're there with us on the camera and now you have unmuted yourself. So can we hear from you? Titlo sir, you have unmuted yourself. Just check your volume once, please. We can't hear you.
मैम मेरे को लग रहा है ईयरफोन्स नहीं से आवाज नहीं आ रही है. He is trying with
I am saying that, Pooja, probably. Sir, can you remove your earplugs? Okay, by the time we can take the turn with Vishal Singh, sir. Vishal, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been talking about and you've been guessing for people. Now it's time for people to guess about you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, 3 statements about me. I love reading books. I am a God-fearing person. And I visit temples and perform puja regularly. 3 statements.
Not
Third
very
one is
regularly.
incorrect.
All
Third one is incorrect.
Third one is incorrect.
Yes.
Amitabh sir, are you saying third one is incorrect?
No, ma'am. All 3 are correct.
Amitabh sir says all 3 are correct.
No, third one is partially incorrect.
Okay, Tripathi sir again on the ground now and he says third one is partially incorrect. So Vishal sir, what do you have to say about it?
Third one is incorrect. Is right.
So fully incorrect or partially incorrect?
Fully incorrect.
Fully incorrect. So should we give marks to Tripathi sir or not?
Yes. Yes.
We should.
Yes.
Hey, I had given a correct answer. I should get full marks for that.
Yes.
Okay, that's nice. Ajit sir, good morning and nice seeing you live on the camera. Ajit sir, can we hear from you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
3 sentences. First one, I firmly believe in the principle. उतना ही काम करो जितना से काम चल जाए. Show no chatki at all. Make no damage to others. And love pets.
Third one is incorrect.
Third one is incorrect.
Chandrakant sir.
Third one is
Sure,
incorrect.
third one is incorrect.
जी मैम बाकी दोनों ठीक है.
नहीं सही है.
निकम्मा टाइप आदमी है ये.
Oh my God. Sir, is Chandrakant sir right?
he has not put the facts in a right way. Bas.
ठीक है, बैचमेट है, चलेगा.
Okay.
संजय भैया आएंगे.
Ajay sir.
Yes, ma'am. Ajay.
Tiwari ji.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
I am
sir.
Ajay Tiwari, Commandant, 100 Battalion. My 3 statements are: I am a political science graduate. My first place of posting was Karimganj, and I never served in Jammu frontier.
Third one.
Third one is incorrect.
Sir Chandrakant sir.
Actually,
is
my
sir
fault.
implied.
My 2 statements are incorrect.
Oh, so Ajay sir has given a twist here, sir.
Yeah,
sir, you
it's
still have
true
a chance
that
to
I
win.
never served in Jammu. That it means DP is correct. He can get a
Okay.
point.
Okay, so DP sir should get a point here. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, sir, which was the correct statement only then?
Second one was.
Second one was the correct statement.
Yes.
Okay, great. Did we miss anybody now? There are people who've just joined us late. I think Atulji has joined us right now. Atulji, can we have you there with us? Atulji, you are on mute and your camera is also not on. So Atulji, can we have you with us? Atul sir, am I audible? Please unmute yourself.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Atul sir. Nice bright day
Ma'am,
behind you that we can see.
Yes, ma'am. That is there, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, my statements are. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. I am presently posted in sector headquarters, Sundarbani. I am performing over there only, and my name is Atul, ma'am.
Second one.
Those 2 statements are false. First 2.
No. Second false hai.
No. First 2 statements are false.
No, first one is correct. Second is false.
Second is false. Second one is false.
Second is false.
क्या बात है अतुल जी, आपने इतना सारा एकदम से हमारे में clashes करा दिए with people saying 2 are wrong, 1 is wrong. Now you will have to tell us what is the right answer, Atul sir.
First is right, second is wrong.
Second is
First
wrong.
is right, second is wrong.
Correct. That is the
DP
second
sir
is
is
wrong.
so confident about that only second statement is false.
Yeah, that is the truth.
MHA वाले हैं, ध्यान रखना पड़ता है इनका.
Sir, is it so? Your second statement is only wrong?
No, ma'am, let him say once again the statement. We will go the minutes of the statement that he has made. Whether he is
wow,
serving or
Ajit sir. So
opposing.
you want to hear the statements again now?
Ma'am, he has been posted at Sundarbani, but presently performing duty in MHA. That is the correct statement.
Yes,
So
Kaninda,
first
sir.
statement is
Yes.
correct. Second statement is wrong.
Okay.
Yes.
Sir, will
Yes,
you please
ma'am.
repeat your
Only one is
statements for
incorrect.
Ajit ji? Atul sir, repeat your statements for Ajit sir, please.
Why, Ajit sir, be attentive, more careful. Be a little more chatak, sir.
So let's move forward now, and I think we've covered everybody. To my knowledge, we've not left anybody behind. Pooja, are you sure that we've covered everybody?
Yeah, it seems so, ma'am. As far as I can even see, almost all are covered. I think now we should move ahead in the session further.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. I think it was great participation by everybody, and we thoroughly enjoyed, both of us. Knowing yourself and knowing you was a great thing for both of us to take you through this journey of the complete day. Thank you so much, and keep on being as participative as you were right now. Over to you, Dr. Pooja.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dugal. And great, very, very interesting ice-breaking session. Although many of you knew each other, but still, we as coaches came to know more about you. Who hates dogs? Who loves to eat what kind of food? Who wants to go where? Who has celebrated 24th anniversary and whatnot? So great session so far. And now we move to the most important part of the session. Now, every great session has to start with great expectations. We as coaches, we at Team AITD need to know from each one of you, what are your expectations as we kickstart this journey of 12 days ahead? आप सब किस expectation से इस session में आए हैं अपने 12 days की journey में? So please mention that on chat or kindly feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Atul sir, if we can keep you on mute, please, till the time. Yeah, thank you so much. Can we have another 2 minutes so that all of us can write our expectations on chat, or please feel free, raise your hand and connect with us on voice. Vijay sir, आपका hand raise है sir. आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस point of time पे sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Regarding this management course, ma'am, I have got certain views.
Yeah.
And my views are as such that, ma'am, we are managers and leaders, and our skill comes from what our instructors have taught us, and from what our seniors have told us, and what our subordinate tells us, and from the experiences which we gather on field.
Right.
And as leaders, we are motivators also, because we go into the battlefields, operations, and motivate our troops to put up their extreme sacrifice. So management skills, as you have also said, that management skills have come mostly from the forces, partly from the forces. What we expect from this course is we need to know more tools that can help us in building up our management skills. Plus, I would expect a little more on human psychology, human thinking, which will help us in identifying troublemakers and people who are basically mentally weak, because forces you must have learned also, they are prone to many troops commit suicide, fratricides. So these indicators we want to see basically, and if there are classes on that, how to identify such persons, that will be very helpful for us.
Absolutely.
That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vijay sir. And just to share with you, Vijay sir, since last 20 years, you know, I've been working with various corporates in the area of people management. And one thing, you know, all the leaders would agree, even those present out here would agree, that it is a people skills, you know, which can make a manager a good leader. So, you know, people management in all areas, whether we are talking about, you talked about understanding human psychology better, managing your teams better, how to understand difficult people better. So let me tell you, Vijay sir and all others, these are the various sessions that we would be doing, you know, in the 12-day course out here. So definitely we will try to address your queries. And sir, you also rightly said, आप सबका experience field से ज़्यादा है. Direct काम से ज़्यादा है, but yes, we would also, you know, we are happy to share that the program has been so designed कि हम modern management tools, जो generally हर form of organization, not only BSF, but which are being used in every form of organization, we will try to acquaint you with those tools and you know, move forward to understand how you can use it in your daily routine. So thank you so much, Vijay sir. Can we have some more inputs on what are your specific expectations? Ajay ji, Vivek ji.
Pooja, we have Madhusudan sir and Sanjay sir has written us for us in the chat box.
Yes, yes.
They're talking about skills to become better future leaders.
Yes.
And they're wanting to learn more leadership traits.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are having those skill sets. What other than these? Definitely management tools, how to become a good leader is what we will definitely be going through. Chaudhary sir is writing that he as a participant wants to know more of the motivational tricks. Sir, it clearly shows your keenness to become a good people leader. So yes, sir, we will all be discussing this in the session of how do you manage your team better and how do you motivate your team better. So your skills for motivating team, yes, I'm sure that is going to be addressed in the session. What else? Anybody would like to connect on voice and let us know any specific expectations? Please go ahead. Yes, Ajay ji, Vivek ji, Mohammed Israel sir. With what expectations are we here? Vivek sir, you want to say something? I think you've unmuted yourself, sir.
Yeah. Now, as my brothers have already said, that it is very difficult to motivate those persons, those constabulary, which is educated lot. They have got many aspirations, and we want to know how we can motivate them, how to motivate them and we at the same time we should be able to address their problems also and meet their aspirations also.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. On the chat, we have an input, a query. In fact, that there has been a lot of stagnation in the organization. And any inputs from Amity? Sanjay sir, this is my 5th batch of, the workshop with the BSF Commandants. And let me share with you, the last batch, when I was taking one of the sessions, this was the query that was brought up by, one of the members of the cohort. And yes, other members also shared, how BSF is now coming up with different ways to actually, to adapt to the changing situations. And yes, sir, over a period of time, I think not really in today's session, but over a period of time, as sessions will go on, focusing on various leadership traits, we will definitely, AITD team is also noting down, we will definitely try to address this query of yours about acute stagnation and how does BSF cope up with that. We've just taken a note of that. And then very interesting, the reason why we are all in this session is what, Sanjay ji has also mentioned out here, to learn and unlearn. Sanjay ji very rightly said, हम सब यहाँ हैं, सबको सब चीज आती है, बट ये प्रकृति का नियम है कि हम सीखते चले जाएं, फिर कुछ चीजें उनको वही रुक जाएं और कुछ नई चीजें दोबारा अडेप्ट करते जाएं. So to learn, then again unlearn, then again relearn. This is the reason why we are all here. और अगर हम सब इस open mindset से रहेंगे, I'm sure we'll be doing great in those 12 days.
Pooja, I'll just take 1 minute from you and would like to assure Sanjay ji here that what stagnation that he's talking about, your organization is quite aware of. So we are working day in and day out with BSF as an organization. I have myself been a part of some of the meetings held where your organization is taking stock of these problems which are coming up. And I think they are aware and they are wanting to change the scenarios now. And I think these trainings happening more with a more pace, I think is the first step that the company is moving ahead with. So I think we should all welcome this kind of a change which is coming, because these kinds of trainings are now becoming more often so that people can understand and they can look at the career progression of their people there. Thank you so much for giving us this input also. Over to you, Pooja.
Yeah, and ma'am, if you remember in the one of the last batches, one of the commandants sir also said, that over 12 days period, we've learned, so much about personal and professional excellence.
Absolutely.
That, some of the things they want to take with them when they open up, to their second phase of life, post the retirement, and how they can restart, with certain learnings and start a new business even. So this was the extent, that how people saw it as a way of career progression. So great, but yes, we are taking a note of all these expectations, because we will surely be customizing our sessions ahead. Anything, Surinder ji, aapki taraf se, Nitin sir, aapki taraf se, kuch specific expectations other than what we've already discussed?
Wanted to know something about the best practices in the corporate world, which could be of help in the forces.
Absolutely. And sir, let me tell you, I'm so happy that I heard this from you. क्योंकि सर कुछ instances में जब हम ने पहले practices share करी, तो हमारे पास कई बार एक observation आ जाती है कि मैम ये तो corporate world में ज़्यादा relevant है. But I am so happy that you want to know more about the corporate world and try to incorporate it here. This is a really welcome move, and I really appreciate that. because learning from each of the sectors can definitely help us evolve better. So, sir, we will surely be sharing what is going on in the corporate world, what are the best practices being followed by organizations all over the world. Surely we'll do that. And we have more messages. Amitabh-ji is saying, I expect to unravel my untapped metal skills and further improve upon my understanding of human controlling humans. Yes, sir. Sir, definitely we will be, discussing about how to better manage humans. Sir, क्योंकि BSF world's largest border guarding force है, obviously human strength आप BSF की एक unique capability है, and people management one of the main areas where we would be focusing upon. Very rightly said, sir. Very right expectation, I must say. Your expectations are showing how curious you are to looking forward to the program and what can you take from the program. Dinesh Pal sir is saying it would be better if something regarding financial management is also included. Absolutely, sir. Taken a note of it, and I think a part of it is also included, and wherever possible, AITD team is also there, and we would be further including it, sir. Financial management. Okay, great. Okay, any other expectations? Because it's very important, that we know from you what you look forward to, so that we can, as close as possible, we deliver to that.
My expectations are that nowadays various technologies are being installed in border areas.
Yes.
And with the help of technology, we are trying to give rest and relief to the troops also. But
Yes.
physical presence is also required for effective border domination. At the same time, there are expectations from border people also that their interest regarding the agricultural activities and local businesses should also not be compromised. So
Absolutely.
after the end of the course, I should get some skill to make a coordination in the management of all these three aspects.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. You very rightly said about technology. Sir, हमारे हर facet में, life के हर angle में technology है, and definitely how BSF is proceeding, making new systems, definitely very technology oriented systems, and we would definitely, sir, gear up how to coordinate these various facets of life when we are working in BSF. Absolutely, sir. A lot of inputs on chat that I am getting from Raghvendra ji, we are getting from Amitabh ji, we are getting from Sanjay ji, Jagir ji, and Stilho sir. Everybody is mainly also talking about how to manage team, how to manage people. Yes, we do understand management of the under command being the main thing out here. So we have our sessions focused, where we'll have sessions on building vision, setting goals, dealing with difficult people, building strong teams, leading change is another one of the sessions. So we will be definitely through various sessions. I would also be taking, after another 2 days, a session on understanding others, where we will be discussing how well we understand others, because that knowledge is going to help us manage people in a better way. Any other inputs here at this point of time? It's a humble request. If we are not sharing our inputs here, we can keep ourselves on the mute, please. I think Pamai sir.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, yes, Dr. Dugal, that would be really helpful. Arun sir, any input from you? Any inputs? Would love
Yes,
to have inputs from all.
I have conveyed, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Anything else, sir, you would like to add?
Man management is main thing for us. So understanding the psychology of under command is also essential. Like in nowadays, owing to a strenuous nature of duty and some social problems also, several people are opting after completion of 20 years for going on VRS. So how to motivate them and how to help them in sorting out their social issues, so that they remain wholeheartedly dedicated to the assigned tasks.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very well said, sir. And I'm sure you know how the program has been designed. To a great extent, we have already included these things. Wherever you know more examples or more customization is needed, our team is already hands-on on it. And every session you will see, we our endeavor would be to make it more customized for the BSF perspective, and we will surely be incorporating the corporate examples into it, understanding various you know aspects of leadership, managing various aspects of technology, finance, operations is, you know, we would definitely be including in it. So I think we've got a lot of inputs from all of you. Thank you all for sharing your expectations. And this already shows your keen interest. You have, you know, looking forward to the program. So over to you, Dr. Duggal, to take us through as we proceed in the session, you know, although we are all aware, but please help us walk through the BSF vision, mission, and values.
Sure. I think talking to people who are already been 25, 26 years plus of service in BSF, I think this is something, एक छोटी सी चीज सर जो हम आपके सामने दोबारा लाना चाहते हैं. The BSF vision is to be a force of excellence in guarding the borders of India by means of a highly professional, credible, and efficient border management. I'm so pleased to be a part of this training session today and be among those people who are guarding us day in and day out. And I think I can sleep peacefully at my house there. Moving ahead, Pooja, with the BSF vision. After that, when we're talking about the next one, we're talking about the BSF motto. And I think we will all resonate in the same voice. It is Jeevan Paryatan Kartavya. And that is life, work until death. And that is what BSF is actually doing. Talking about the mission of BSF to maintain sanctity of the borders of India to eternal vigilance, to inculcate a sense of security by harnessing cooperation of the border population, to effectively deal with internal security challenges whenever so asked by the government. And I think wherever required, or as per the directions of the government, you people step in, and that is where you are there. To achieve an effective combat capability by absorbing leading edge technology, state-of-art training, and user-friendly components. To evolve and implement a growth-oriented personal management system aimed at instilling core values to satisfying the social, economic, and psychological needs of the force personnel, to effectively assist civil administration in disaster management and provide succor to the people, to effectively promote core values of human rights, pride, and dedication to duty in the force. And if you look at it, the BSF mission is actually something that you stand up to every day in and out. Now, coming now and talking about, we started from the vision. We spoke about the mission, and we're now coming to the BSF unit role. And I think each one of you in this capacity of yours is trying to fulfill the unit role. Promote a sense of security among the people living in the border areas. Prevent trans-border crimes, unauthorized entry into and exit from the territory of India. Prevent smuggling and any other illegal activities. And also help the civil administration in the maintenance of the public order. And I think each one of you is living up to all the four mentioned here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Duggal, for walking us through the BSF vision and mission. Now, we are all aware of it. Now, let me walk you through why we are discussing this at this point of time. Now, when we are talking about the BSF vision, you know, that is the vision that each of the officer of BSF is living day in, day out, and it is ingrained in the psyche of each one of you working in the BSF, the world's largest border guarding force. So the vision, we are all aware, it talks about professionalism, it talks about efficiency, it talks about credibility. And this vision can only be achieved through the BSF mission. That is when our borders are protected, when, you know, we ensure a sense of security to everyone who's a part of our nation. I think that is the whole mission why BSF exists. Now, linking it with the BSF vision and what is the mission to achieve those vision, come the values of BSF. Now, when we are talking about what values are helping to achieve the mission and vision, we are talking about values like service before self, values of honesty, values of integrity, regimental spirit, cohesiveness, so on and so forth. Now, the role of values is instrumental when we talk about unit role. Dr. Duggal just took us through the unit role, and we are all aware, you know, in discussions with all the BSF senior leaders also, how each one of you has to operate on a zero error basis. You know, what kind of stresses are there? How do you combat stress? What kind of operational challenges you face day in, day out? You know, we've been interacting with so many commandants now, and we know, you know, what are the topological challenges, technological challenges, and yes, above and most importantly, all the challenges of your under commands. So a unit role is extremely important to ensure that you know, through the right values, the BSF attains the mission and vision. Now, who is responsible for the unit? It is you, each one of you. So, you know, after the break, we'll just have a quick tea break here at this point of time. But while you sip your cup of hot tea or coffee, I just would request you think how each one of you is making your unit. आप सब अपने under commands को engaged कैसे करते हैं? What are your strategies? So that when we come after 10 minutes, after the tea coffee break, we all have those unique strategies and we discuss and deliberate that what makes your unit an engaged unit. So I'm sure with this, we'll have a very good discussion post 10 minutes break. And I'm sure you all will also think in those 10 minutes break, you know, what are the certain things that you are doing different from other units, ताकि आप अपने unit को एक engaged unit बनाएं. So enjoy your cup of coffee. We will, Vani has already put in a message. We will resume at 12:08 sharp. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Pooja.
Yeah, Tripathi sir, Madhusudan sir, any feedback at this point of time, how the session is going on? Are we okay?
So far, so good, ma'am.
So far, so good. Thank you so much. Tripathi sir ने हाथ खड़ा कर दिया है, मतलब ठीक जा रहा है. What I understand. Ajit sir, session अभी तक, are we okay with the pace, with the session? Sir, unmute कर लीजिए, please.
Yes, ma'am. Everything is going fine.
Okay.
Sanjay sir, you had a question there for us that what time is the lunch break and what duration? So lunch break is at 1:30 and the duration will be 1.5 hours. 3 p.m. we'll join back after lunch.
Okay, great. So we resume from where we had left. Now, let me share the PPT. I'm sure with your cup of coffee, you have, you know, just introspected again what all you are doing different to have your unit as the engaged unit. What are your critical ways, different ways, which makes your unit an engaged unit? So may I request you to one by one raise your hand and let us know, you know, instead of chat, if we connect on voice, I think it's going to be really good. और जो लोग voice से नहीं connect कर पा रहे हैं, they may connect on chat also.
एक और कांस्टेबल ढूंढा है.
सर थोड़ा सा loudly अगर हम बात करें तो I think we can, everybody can hear. हम क्या कर रहे हैं अपने यूनिट में स्पेसिफिकली जिससे हमारा यूनिट और एंगेज्ड यूनिट बन रहा है. विशाल सर, आप what specific things are you doing for your unit to become a very engaged unit, contributing to BSF mission and vision?
Kindly repeat, ma'am. Somebody had asked something.
Sure. मेरा क्वेश्चन सबके लिए, हम सब यहाँ अभी तक हमने करा कि BSF विजन और मिशन के लिए वैल्यूज कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही हैं जो BSF की हैं. एक यूनिट का रोल सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर BSF को कॉन्टिन्यूअसली वर्ल्ड लार्जेस्ट बॉर्डर गार्डिंग फोर्स बने रहना है, तो उसमें एक यूनिट को जो आप मैनेज कर रहे हैं उसमें आप क्या यूनिक चीजें कर रहे हैं कि वो यूनिट सबसे ज्यादा इंगेज्ड तरीके से काम करता है. Is the question clear, sir? Now
Yes, ma'am, your question is clear.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, the places where we work, the extreme isolated areas,
Okay.
and work conditions are completely different from what we get here at all these places. And the challenges also are altogether different. Most of the time, you find yourself reacting to the things happening. You are constrained with the manpower. There are various issues which we can't discuss here. So given those things, the first thing is we try with this many methods of making people introduce something which could be a stress reliever for them. We try our level best so that the person who is around the 24/7, 365 days, he is constantly on duty, except for those 60 days he is proceeding on leave. How to relieve him of a stress? It is a big challenge, apart from the motivation with the other aspects also. So we constantly strive to make them feel at home and while they are serving at the borders, though it is again it's challenging because every 6 hours he is going to perform his duty. It's more than
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Vishal sir. Vishal sir says difficult situations, isolations, operational challenges. So stress manage करना सबसे बड़ा challenge है एक unit को engage बनाने का. तो sir, from others also we would like to know how do you reduce that stress and make work more engaging. Vijay sir, आपने hand raise करा है. Unmute कर लीजिए विजय sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Regarding stress is a very big factor in forces. And what I did in my unit is that my decision making was consultative. And before taking a decision which was requiring a special direction, I used to consult each and every person in the force, including officers, SOs, and my troops. And there is a system of feedback in the forces, which there are a lot of systems, including Sainik Sammelan also. But what another unique system which I adopted was a chit-based system, in which in the Sainik Sammelan I used to give chits to all the Jawans, and they were asked to give suggestions without writing their names. And on the basis of these chits and feedback I got from the Jawans, which was very useful and very truthful also, I used to take a consultative decision for the unit. And because of this decision, basically there were hardly any complaints from the troops, and my tenure was very peaceful and good. Thank you, ma'am.
That's wonderful. आपका बहुत अच्छा स्टाइल है सर. अगर हम बात करें कंसल्टेटिव की, क्योंकि बहुत सारे प्रीवियस सेशंस में भी जब हमने बात करी, मेजरली सबका इनपुट रहता है कि मैम हमको ज्यादा एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं कर पाते हैं क्योंकि एक ऑटोक्रेटिक स्टाइल ऑफ फंक्शनिंग है. तो उस ऑटोक्रेटिक स्टाइल में भी अगर हम कंसल्टेटिव डायमेंशन ऑफ managing introduce kar sakte hain, I think then we are way ahead in meeting our challenges. Very nice, sir. More of the ideas on how not only reduce stress but how generally to make your team an engaged one or your under commands to be more engaged in the work. आप क्या अलग करते हैं? I think all of us would be doing great things out here. Any experiences that you would like to share? जैसे विजय सर ने शेयर करा, विशाल सर ने. हाँ जी सर, अरुण सर.
May I add something, ma'am?
Yeah, please sir.
आवाज आपकी नहीं आ रही है.
सर, अब मेरी आवाज आ रही है? डॉक्टर दुग्गल, am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Pooja, you're audible.
अरुण सर, आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे?
जी अभी सुन रहे हैं.
हाँ जी सर, बताइए प्लीज.
Whatever we are experiencing, the causes of stress, like isolation in border areas, away from social life, a strenuous nature of duties, leave is also an issue.
Yeah.
So we are trying at what I am doing, maximum formal and informal interaction with undercommands, identifying their potentials, their merits, demerits, and the social requirements. The most important thing is, if a person is getting the leave on time and he is going to attend his social issues. So that alleviates his stress. उसका stress में मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा ही assist करता है, लेकिन सब हमारे साथ सबसे बड़ा problem आता है कि जो फेस्टिवल सीजन होते हैं, जो ऐसे ओकेजन्स होते हैं या शादी ब्याह वाले सीजन होते हैं, उस समय ही मैक्सिमम लोगों के रिक्वायरमेंट्स होते हैं, सभी के इस स्टेज पे हैं। तो इसे सॉर्ट आउट करने के लिए मैक्सिमम इंटरेक्शन होता है, मैक्सिमम उनकी बातें सुनी जाती है, एक लीव प्लान, एक लीव शेड्यूल बनाया जाता है। एक्सट्रेनियस नेचर ऑफ ड्यूटी है, लेकिन आजकल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गैजेट्स काफी, जैसे हमने भी लगवाए हैं अभी अपने इलाके में। हमारा इलाका जो हाफ ऑफ द एरिया इज अनफेंस्ड ओइंग टू दिस एक्सचेंज ऑफ एनक्लेव एंड रिमेनिंग हाफ ऑफ द एरिया इज फेंस्ड। हमारे डिप्लॉयमेंट एरिया में आधे एरिया में दोनों तरफ अलग अलग डिप्लॉयमेंट है, पैटर्न है, सिस्टम है और चैलेंजेस हैं। तो उसके लिए हमने जैसे कैमरेज वगैरह, पीटीजेड कैमरेज या HSTI राउंड द क्लॉक, ये सब लगाए हैं ताकि एक सेंटर से सुपरविजन कर सके और जो ऐसा सेंसिटिव एरिया है उस पे हम स्ट्रेस दे सके, बाकी जगहों पे थोड़ा सा कम मतलब डिप्लॉयमेंट या फिर लेस स्ट्रेंथ रख सके। तो इससे क्या है कि थोड़ा सा उन्हें भी सोचने समझने का गैप मिलता है। नेक्स्ट इशू है फाइनेंशियल एस्पेक्ट्स, वो भी उन्हें बहुत परेशान करता है। तो फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट के लिए बहुत सारे ऐसे एजेंसीज हैं जिनको कि हम हायर करते हैं, बुलाते हैं, इनवाइट करते हैं और उनको लेक्चर दिलाते हैं। स्ट्रेस मैनेजमेंट, फिर भी ये सब चीज़ें कोशिश एक हो रही है, लेकिन आई कैनॉट से कि इससे पूरी तरह से 90% या 80% उनके स्ट्रेस अलिविएट हो रहे हैं। स्ट्रेस इज ए बिग इशू। कोशिश ये सब हमारे लेवल पे की जा रही है।
वेरी नाइस अरुण जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर शेयरिंग। की वर्ड सर इसमें से जब मैं पकड़ूंगी वो आएगा कॉन्टिन्यूस इंटरेक्शंस आपका उनके साथ। आपका पूरा सपोर्ट लीव्स किस तरह से शेड्यूल के हिसाब से दी जाए ताकि डेफिनेटली जब कोई भी अपने घर होके आता है, यू नो दी ओवरऑल पॉजिटिविटी इंक्रीजेस, आपका आइसोलेशन थोड़ा कम होता है और लोग ज्यादा अच्छी तरीके से काम करते हैं। जागीर जी, आपने अपना हाथ रेस करा है सर, इफ यू कैन टेल अस व्हाट आर योर यूनिक इनिशिएटिव्स।
यस मैम। मेरे इसमें कुछ एक विचार है, हो सकता है कि थोड़े से अलग होंगे। BSF में बटालियन लेवल पे कमांडेंट के हाथ में कुछ चीजें हैं जो लिमिटेड चीजें हैं, जवानों की स्ट्रेस को रिमूव करने के लिए या उसको मिटिगेट करने के लिए। जो कमांडेंट के हाथ में है या जो जूनियर लीडरशिप के हाथ में है, हर आदमी जो सीनियर ऊपर से आता है, चाहे वो सेक्टर से आ रहा हो, चाहे वो फ्रंटियर से आ रहा हो, चाहे वो फोर्स हेडक्वार्टर से आता हो, तो उन्हीं चीजों के बारे में पूछता है जवानों से जो कमांडेंट के हाथ में है, जो कमांडेंट ऑलरेडी एड्रेस कर रहा है। जवानों की जो स्ट्रेस बढ़ने के जो कारण है, कुछ एक जो कमांडेंट के हाथ में है, छुट्टी समय पे नहीं मिलना, और कमांडेंट्स अभी जो यंग लॉट ऑफ कमांडेंट्स, माय बैचमेट्स एंड द लेटर कमांडेंट्स, दे आर एड्रेसिंग ऑल सच इश्यूज वेरी इफेक्टिवली। छुट्टी का है, सैलरी का है, देयर फूड है, देयर लिविंग स्टैंडर्ड है, देयर रिक्वायरमेंट्स इन द बटालियन, दे आर प्रॉपरली एंड एडिक्वेटली बीइंग एड्रेस्ड। और हर जो सीनियर कमांडेंट आता है वो पूछता है उनको इन्हीं चीजों के बारे में पूछता है कि आपको ये सही मिल रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा है, विच दे आर ऑलरेडी गेटिंग। अभी जो स्ट्रेस लेवल जवानों के बीच में है, जब कोई जवान ये सोचता है कि मैं पिछले 20 साल से कांस्टेबल हूं या मैं पिछले 22 साल से कांस्टेबल हूं, मेरे को कोई प्रमोशन नहीं मिली, ये कमांडेंट के हाथ में है नहीं, और इसमें से 1% भी कमांडेंट के हाथ में नहीं है। ये किनके हाथ में है? जो ऊपर से आते हैं विजिट करने के लिए, और जो आके जो ऑलरेडी एड्रेस्ड इश्यूज हैं जो उनके बारे में पूछते हैं, जो कमांडेंट ऑलरेडी कर रहा है, जो कंपनी कमांडर ऑलरेडी कर रहा है, वही पूछते हैं। और जवानों से पूछता है, ही फील कंटेंटेड, जो सीनियर जो अधिकारी आता है, ही फील कंटेंटेड दैट आई हैव इंटरेक्टेड विद द जवान्स, विद द कांस्टेबलरी, और उन्होंने मेरे को जो प्रॉब्लम बताई वो मैं कमांडर को बता दिया। कमांडेंट इज ऑलरेडी डूइंग दैट। तो अभी जो मेन जो स्ट्रेस का कारण है कांस्टेबल्स के बीच में, तो जो छुट्टी अगर दिक्कत आती है, इट इज नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ कंपनी कमांडर और कमांडेंट, क्योंकि कमांडेंट को जो टास्क मिलते हैं, ऑल ऑफ अ सडन his out of 7 companies, his 3 companies are withdrawn और उनको कहीं पे इलेक्शन ड्यूटी पे लगा दिया जाता है, कहीं ना कहीं पे इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी ड्यूटी पे लगा दिया जाता है और उनको then the commandant is forced to manage the borders or manage his duties with 4 companies instead of 7 companies. इस चीज को सुनने के लिए कोई तैयार नहीं है. Again, if any jawan, any constable commits a mistake or does something, उसके लिए again responsible is commandant or company commander or is whosoever is commanding the battalion. तो ये जो issues है, commandant level पे the things are being managed in a proper way. आज के जो commandants हैं, they are very smart. They know, they are deep inside the engagement with the jawans. वो हर आदमी even family तक लोग जानते हैं, क्योंकि मैं जब company commander था या मैं भी battalion मैं as a second command I have command battalion, हर जवान की family तक तो हम पहुंच जाते हैं कि आपके घर में कौन-कौन है.
Absolutely.
Engagement है, it is very effective. The problem level is they are not getting timely promotion. और जो एक प्लास्टिक की टुकड़े की तरह जब उसको बटालियन को इतना स्ट्रेच खींच दिया जाता है कि वो टूटने की कगार पे आती है, तो then again the commandant is responsible कि आप you are not managing the battalion properly or you are not a good leader. तो कुछ एक issues हैं which are within our control, which are we are controlling, or which the few issues which are beyond our control, and it can be managed or controlled at high level only.
Absolutely, जागीर सर, बहुत ही सही आपने बोला. कुछ डेफिनेटली आप सब तो बेहतर जानते ही हैं, बट हमारी भी अब पिछले कुछ महीनों से जब हम इंटरैक्ट कर रहे हैं कमांडेंट्स के साथ, वी डू अंडरस्टैंड कुछ चीजें बियॉन्ड कंट्रोल हैं. स्पेशली जो आपने कहा कि जवान 20 साल से जवान ही हैं, स्टैग्नेशन के इश्यूज हैं. आई थिंक BSF इज आल्सो नाउ लुकिंग इनटू इट. बट यस, नाउ एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम जागीर सर, आपने बहुत वैलिड इनपुट ही दिया. जो वी वर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड इज योर पीपल कनेक्ट. आप जवानों की फैमिली को जानते हैं, हर एक को जानते हैं. आई थिंक यू नो लिमिटेशंस के बीच में हम सब काम कर रहे हैं. नॉट ओनली BSF, बट जैसे सर ने स्टार्टिंग में कहा कि कॉर्पोरेट एग्जांपल्स भी दे. एवरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, यू नो, देयर आर सम और दी अदर लिमिटेशंस. शायद BSF में ज्यादा होंगी या दूसरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में ज्यादा है, बट अभी जो हम यहाँ डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं वो यही है कि हम एज अ लीडर ऑफ आवर बटालियन हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं कि हम उनका लोड थोड़ा इफेक्टिव मैनेज करके उन्हें और इंगेज करें जॉब्स के साथ. सो थैंक यू जागीर जी, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर योर इनपुट्स. एनीवन एल्स हु वुड लाइक टू शेयर, वो क्या डिफरेंट कर रहे हैं इन्हीं चैलेंजेस के बीच में अपने यूनिट को और इंगेज करने के लिए? संजय सर, खानाद्रा सर, मधुसूदन सर, एनीथिंग? अनुराग जी?
Yes, ma'am. Already, I'm Sanjay Tandon. I'm commanding 111 Battalion BSF in Nagaland, ma'am.
Okay.
As I have already apprised the House that my battalion is endowed with a rare and unique history, ma'am.
Okay.
In Nagaland, it's been part of the insurgency. The battalion was raised in 1973. You know, I may be revealing a bit, but it was raised out of 2,500 revolutionary government of Nagaland cadres. They were insurgents. They break away from their group. They were moderates. They came to the main ground. They engaged with the government of India under the leadership of then Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi, and who gave them a chance. And it was under those circumstances these 2 unique battalions were raised, ma'am. Out of these cadres only.
Okay.
You know, they used to be, their ranks in the battalion were decided according to the ranks, self-styled ranks, which they were holding in their RGN setup, man. When compared to my brother officers who aptly brought out all the issues, ma'am, I am a bit lucky when I say that I'm commanding this unique battalion in Nagaland. It's in counterinsurgency role in Nagaland. Since 1997, ceasefire exists. Most of the groups are in ceasefire with the government of India, barring one group. And my role and task revolves around the ceasefire ground rules, which the government has struck with these groups, and both the sides are supposed to, you know, abide by those rules. So we are there to check any violation of those CFGRs, and our command is broadly divided into operational and administrative issues.
Okay.
Operationally, definitely, we have in March, February, March, we have the Nagaland Assembly elections in 2023, which are soon going to be announced. So ceasefire on the ground doesn't mean that we lose our guard. We have to keep on guard, man. Administrationally, over a period of time, the concept of command has become an inclusive command.
Okay.
Definitely, when I talk of myself, that what I've been doing, what proactive measures I've been taking, man, as I'm sure all of my brother officers are taking these measures. The concept of command has changed over a period of years. We now believe, although we are, bound by the charter, the role, the standard operating procedures around which we are supposed to operate, but still there is a lot of scope for commanders like me. We try to believe in total delegation, ma'am. I've got two immediate second commands below me. One deals with the operational issues, the other one deals with administration issues. So broadly, the whole management can be looked after by them. The onus lies on me when it comes to grievance redressal, although there is a very well-defined grievance redressal management system in the battalion, ma'am. But just on the lines of the banks, what they do is on a periodical basis, know your customer. We have a very well-defined way of knowing our person. That is KYPs. That has proved to be a very effective tool of knowing my men in and out. I try, whenever I go to meet my men, I try to engage myself with at least 2 to 3 personnel, from wherein I come to know their strengths and weaknesses, the people they would like to believe, the number of people they would not like to believe at all, his close buddies, and definitely, believe me, ma'am, this has helped me tiding over many, situations when people contemplated taking the extreme step.
Absolutely.
One of my company commanders, he called me that, sir, now it is beyond my reach. I told my immediate under commands, I immediately left. That post was 250 kilometers away from my headquarters. I immediately left, saying my under command that keep on, engaging that person till the time I reach. And believe me, ma'am, this mechanism worked in such a way that by the time I reached my post, that person was already, in cheerful spirits. It was all courtesy, my command, and he was playing with me.
Yeah, thanks.
Same person, the same person who contemplated taking the extreme step. Yeah. Apart from this, ma'am, with passage of time, when it comes to commanding people, they have to believe you. You have to make sure that you are there for them. You are standing with them at all times, ma'am. Now that also involves that how much transparency, how much unbiased, how much impartial I am in my daily transactions with them. One of these steps, what we have ensured is that being in a remote location where I don't have access to any even broadband connectivity, I am engaging with you on a 4G network now, which might conk off any moment. So what we have tried is all those transaction points in my battalion. What we try is we have tried to make them cashless transactions, toeing with the line of the Honorable Prime Minister, ma'am. Then I've already apprised you that when it comes to, there is hardly any occupational stress in my battalion. Kind courtesy, thanks to this security situation, although all the areas under my battalion, they continue to be under Armed Forces Special Powers Act. The areas have still not been denotified, but definitely I can assure you there is no occupational stress. Only the reason of the stress which remains in the under command personnel is uncertain, unresolved issues which they are not able to, manage by the time, because the leave is short-lived. It is only the unresolved issues which, prompt them to come under stress, ma'am.
Absolutely.
So, we can also say that with passage of time, now there are nuclear families. The only reason in what I have seen during this span of time, I am lucky to have, at least hardly any occupational stress. I am able to mitigate their grievances pertaining to leave. It is not an issue at all. It's totally delegated, ma'am. But definitely one of the leading causes of stress in my scenario remains unresolved issues of the undercommand personnel whenever they report back to, which which is to be handled very gently, ma'am. This is what I have to say.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great, संजय जी, आपने इतने इनपुट्स दिए और आप देखते जा रहे हैं, मैंने शायद स्क्रीन भर दी है रेड टेक्स्ट से, मुझे जैसे जैसे इनपुट्स मिलते जा रहे हैं, आई एम जस्ट नोटिंग डाउन. आपके की पॉइंट्स सर बहुत ही डिफरेंट और कुछ अच्छे थे. आई एम श्योर अदर्स आर आल्सो डूइंग इट, बट यू हाइलाइटेड दोस. द वेरी फर्स्ट टॉक्स अबाउट पीपल कनेक्ट, देन डेलीगेशन. अगर डेलीगेशन कमांडेंट की प्रॉपर है, आई थिंक आपका कितना भी बड़ी टीम है, यू आर एबल टू मैनेज इट वेल. Then you talked about mitigating grievances. Yes, वो भी एक major challenge है. Living conditions को improve करना. You talked about cashless transactions. So I'm seeing lot of initiatives commandants are taking. ताकि अपनी. Can we request you to be on mute if you are not speaking, please? Yeah, thanks. So we do understand we have to work within a framework of challenges and constraints. But yes. Anybody else, any other point before we move forward? कुछ आप और different कर रहे हो जो इतना हमने अभी discussion कर रहे हैं उससे? Any other different thing we are doing? Anurag sir, Chandrakant sir, Jeet sir, इन सब के अलावा कुछ और different हम कर रहे हैं अपने under commands को engaged रखने के लिए?
Madam, formal and informal meeting with under command with human approach also pays at times.
Okay.
And achievement of under command is all theirs.
Yeah.
And failures as a CO is mine.
Absolutely, sir. ये strategy तो एक leader को वैसे ही दूसरे leader से distinguish कर देती है. The achievements are yours and the failures are mine. If that is the psychology leader has, like Anurag ji said, I am sure आपकी team काफी engaged रहेगी, sir. They move ahead without any fear. Any other key areas where you are working अपने ही constraints में differently हम कोई काम कर रहे हैं जो हमारी team को engaged रखता है?
And 2 points from my side.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
I ensure that I don't add to the stress level. I don't pass any orders from my side which could add to the stress level.
Okay. तो सर आप ऐसा क्या करते हैं कि आप उनके stress level को add नहीं करते हैं further?
मैम जैसे ये जो work conditions बताए हैं कितनी constraints है. Somebody tell कि 3 company चली जाती है, we have to manage with the available resources. So duty pattern, we don't give them additional tasks at that time. We ensure which can be done away with. Or moreover, give them a patient hearing whether we are able to redress that grievance or not.
Absolutely.
जो personal level पे इनके घरों पे जो family dispute है, property dispute है, we are not directly able to solve them, but we write to the concerned SP, DM and all, give them a patient hearing. We give our own suggestions how to proceed to that, consult. Take this legal advice also from the concerned lawyers of their area. These are the small things which we do. Moreover, organize these small cultural programs within our own talent among our own boys.
Okay.
Put a music system, let them dance their hearts out.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, sir. बहुत छोटी-छोटी चीजें आपने बताई हैं, but these are so meaningful. When you get regular breaks, when आपने बोला सर कि किसी की problem नहीं भी solve कर सकते, but listening also goes a long way. And cultural programs, breaks in between, interactions with them. Great. I think we have got a lot of points, a lot of great thoughts by all of you. Now, quickly moving ahead, जितना हमने discussion करा है on what creates an engaged team. Now, let me see what are your thoughts. Great research has been done, which involved more than 19 countries, 30,000 employees working in various organizations, defense, corporate, social sectors. Agar, I'll share the results once you let me know what is your opinion. Out of all these which are listed here on the screen, all those aspects of a job, whether we are talking about salaries, rewards, रेपुटेशन ऑफ एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, किसी का ज्वाइनिंग एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा है, किसी का लीडर कैसा है टीम का, वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस, ओवरऑल कल्चर ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन क्या रहा है, और जॉब कैसी है। इन सब में से सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस किसी जॉब होल्डर के लिए कौन सी चीज की है, which becomes most important?
Work and life balance.
Sanjay ji, yes sir, please.
Yes, ma'am. As regards these 2 points, leader behavior, I firmly believe that a leader should lead from the front, and whatever he, whatever tasks he delegates or whatever direction he gives, definitely he has to set a precedence.
Absolutely.
Under command, and definitely, ma'am, financial reward is the most effective means of motivating your under command, because I stand testimony to this, that whatever budget I had got under rewards till end of the financial year, I'm already exhausted with the budget under the head rewards. So definitely, ma'am, these 2 points, leader behavior and financial reward, definitely they go a long way in maintaining bonhomie and harmony, and winning confidence of your under command. This is what I have to say so far.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. You are very close to even what research says. Any other thoughts?
Yes, I would like to add, ma'am, it is more important is company culture. That is because other things included in that. Leader behavior also includes in company culture. Your organizational reputation is also part of the company culture only. So if the company culture is to that effect, that you are emphasizing on building a proper, try to build up the leadership quality, you are trying to build up the organizational reputation, then things will automatically come. Company culture, the company culture includes, I feel company culture include everything. It includes everything except that of joining experience. I must say job role, work and life balance, that is also part of the company culture. How much you lead, you can extend. So company culture is more important other than anything for me.
Okay, तो हमारे पास 2 thoughts है, एक leader behavior, एक company culture. Now let's see what research has said. Sir, अब जो हमारी
ma'am, one thing that I wanted to add, what Khaninder was saying, company culture definitely should be. And if the company culture is such that other factors fall in, it becomes a kind of a institutional mechanism to give the best output. But in the forces like BSF, the role of leader becomes very important in an organization. And we practically often find it is the leader who gives the directions, and by and large, which it should not be, it should be the culture rather. But the fact is, it is the leader who takes who gives a direction to the battalion, and most of the things changes as the leader changes.
Absolutely, Ajit ji, culture is equally important also, but yes, the research which has pointed out, जहाँ पे 30,000 लोगों ने participate करा, that research said, out of all the factors, what research has said is, it is a leader's behavior. And sir, very commonly, बहुत important saying है, people don't leave organizations, they leave their leaders. So I'm sure corporate world में तो this holds really true. But yes, sir, अगर हम आपने company culture की बात करी, सर company culture भी बहुत important है. अगर हम देखें तो एक job का role भी equally important है कि किसी को क्या job करनी है और उस role को कैसे organization में important वो role है. But at the end of it, sir, what even research points out is कि एक leader का behavior ही काफी हद तक set करता है कि organization का culture क्या है. When we talk about top leaders of BSF, they are the ones who have, ingrained this culture from top to bottom. And every leader is trying his level best to inculcate that culture, what BSF mission and vision says. When we talk about job roles, sir, बहुत सारे constraints हैं एक जवान के role में, but उस role को अभी हमने discuss करा, कैसे हम और ज़्यादा engage बनाएं और उसको और ज़्यादा करने योग्य बनाएं. Again, I would say, here a leader's role becomes very, very important. So this is what research had to say, and as I can see, many of you also, are going ahead with it. Now, going back to what discussions we had started, BSF की mission है जो vision को achieve करेगी. Values BSF की ensure करती हैं कि mission और vision achieve हो. यूनिट का रोल सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर बीएसएफ को बॉर्डर्स प्रोटेक्ट करने हैं, सेंस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी देना है नेशन को, और इसके लिए जरूरी है कि हर एक मेंबर, हर एक ऑफिसर ऑफ द यूनिट इंगेज्ड रहे। बट वो कौन इंश्योर करेगा? वो इंश्योर करेंगे आप। यू एज अ कमांडेंट हैज टू इंश्योर कि कितने भी ऑपरेशनल चैलेंजेस आ जाए, आपके लोग, आपकी टीम मोटिवेटेड रहे। सर ने अभी बात करी थी कि बैंक्स में जैसे केवाईसी होता है, यहाँ केवाईएम है। सर बैंक्स में तो केवाईसी अब मैंडेटरी हो गया हर 6 मंथ्स में कराने के लिए, बट आई एम श्योर यू आर द केवाईएम, द नोइंग योर मैन इज अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस आउट देयर। सो अल्टीमेटली अगर देखा जाए तो बीएसएफ की विजन रियलाइज करने का ओनर्स इज ऑन यू, यू एज अ कमांडेंट, यू एज अ लीडर। So over to you, Dr. Duggal.
Thanks, Dr. Pooja. It was fantastic listening to all of you. सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था जिस तरीके से आप लोग अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस को शेयर कर रहे थे, and you were talking about how engaged you need to keep your people, because finally at the end of the day people matters. Moving ahead from here, I would like to start with that all of you said, and the research has also pointed out, that leadership or leader behavior is the most important. There's a very beautiful saying which says, leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. And I think all of you as commandants and the people who are taking their units ahead are definitely here to turn it into a reality. Moving from here, what we are going to do is, we are going to do a small juggling for you here, sir. We are going to put you into a breakout room, a very quick 10 minutes breakout room. We've been discussing a lot of things on the screen, but now we'll break you into groups. Now in this group, what are you supposed to do? You'll have to think about unanimously about one single leader जिसको आप लोग एडमायर करते हैं, या जो आपका रोल मॉडल है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों ने डॉक्टर पूजा को बताया that you are a role model to your own unit, but maybe that there has been some role model for you also in your life, somebody who's inspired you. First, you will discuss, you'll unanimously come together on that one single name. How did that person behave? What was the leadership quality that you liked? And what is their knowledge and skill that you admire? I would request people to take a snapshot of this. You can use your mobile phones, take a pic of this 3 questions, because the moment we break you into the breakout rooms, you will be going there, discussing this in 10 minutes and coming back. Tanvi, can I request you, or Divya, if you're around, can I request you to please break us into 3 groups for our effectiveness? Sir, you will be getting a call here on the screen. Please accept the call.
How long would you like?
10 minutes, Divya.
Sure.
Please take a pic of this.
3 minutes.
The leader that you admire. How do you behave? How does the leader behave? What are the leadership qualities, and what is the knowledge and skill that you admire in that leader?
Would three groups be okay, or 2 groups, Dr. Taranji?
2 groups is also okay, Divya.
Okay.
Let's have 2 groups so that we are able to manage them also. Please accept the call. You will be asked to move in the room. Move in the room then. Good afternoon, sir. I think we're all together in a room now, and it is room number 1 that we are into. So the 3 questions that you had, you already know. First, come up to the...
Yes, sir, all of us. Sir, can we have one, willing commander who will coordinate from this group? Sir, हमें discuss करना है.
Dr. According to you are in main room. You are in main room.
So these people are still there in the main room?
Yes. Some of them haven't joined.
So please get them to the breakout room, please.
Yeah. And if anyone facing trouble joining breakout room, please let me know. I have assigned room.
Divya, we have Sanjeev Prakash sir, Sanjay sir, Sanjeev Kumar sir, Chaudhary sir. They are not assigned to a group.
They have been assigned. Just Yes, Dr. Karan.
I think the rooms are closed and all of us are back here. I can see group number 1, everybody is back. Vishal sir is here, Jaggi sir is here. I think they are just closing the room and they must be reaching us back here on the main screen. Yes, I think everybody is back with us now on the screen. Are we there with us? Is everybody there with us now on the main screen? Pooja, I'm sure your room has closed.
Yes, Dr. Karan. Everyone is.
Thank you so much. So we would like to hear from you. I found group number 1 to be very interesting. They had a lot of debates in deciding the name, because finalizing the name, they had 2 people who were actually my favorites also when it comes to leadership quality, and they had to juggle with that. So can we start with group number 2 first? Can we start with group number 2 first?
Oja, take over.
Okay, ma'am. Group
Yes,
number 2.
Amitabh sir,
Yes,
who
ma'am.
is your group leader?
Yes, ma'am. I've been chosen as the group leader, ma'am. And
Very nice,
regarding
Vijay sir.
yes, ma'am. Regarding the first bullet poem, basically. So before
Sir, which leader do you admire?
yes, ma'am. Our group has selected Ratan Tata as ideal, basically, and he is basically whom we idealize and whom we are following, basically. And the basic points, basically, for which we have selected him is, firstly, and the most importantly, being in the uniform forces, we have selected him for his patriotic approach. On most of the occasions, we have seen that he is standing for the country, and he has been very vocal about it also. So that is his first point, ma'am. He's a visionary also, because Tata's has a tradition of being visionary, and among the corporate sectors, whether they are profitable or not, but among the visionaries, basically, right from all the Tata leaders, who Tata heads whom we have been following, have been visionary, including Ratan Tata. Regarding knowledge and skill, ma'am, Tata company has been in the process since one of the earliest industries, and they are still into profit making and contributing to the national cause. We mostly know them for their national cause also, and primary is in the car making sector also, because initially they were very much ridiculed initially, and then Ratan Tata took up the approach and he started car building, and now the Tata companies are making Jaguars also and making Land Rovers also, and making the Indian car segment at the international level, and it's been highly recognized. These are the few reasons why we have chosen Ratan Tata as our leader, ma'am.
Great, sir. Nice. Very nice, sir. A round of applause for you people.
Thank you.
Let's hear from group number 1 now.
Group number 1 decided. Group number 1 decided on General Sam Manekshaw, and because of his decisiveness, firmness, inspirational tribute, attitude, motivation. He was very approachable. He used to lead by his personal example. He was professionally very sound. And one of the most important reason was that he was never influenced by his political masters. He was fearless. And he also had very good relation. He never succumbed to any pressure, whatever kind of pressure was put to him. And the best part was that the decision he used to take, they were absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Hearing to both the groups was a fantastic experience for me as a faculty today. Believe me, you've chosen 2 leaders which are working in 2 diverse areas, different areas altogether. And I would like to say at the end of this activity, very well-known person called Ralph Waldo, he said, "Do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path, and always leave a trail." And I think all young leaders present today in this session are here to leave their marks. Over to you, Dr. Pooja.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dugal, and great discussion going on. I was in the second room, and really very, very fruitful discussions coming up. Now, moving ahead, just give me a moment so that I share these slides further. Yeah. So we've done this activity. Who is the leader? Why we admire leader? We are all ourselves great leaders. But yes, learning from other leaders is always a great task. Now, based on what discussions we've done so far, based on the available models of research which have been given by world's best institutions, including Harvard, Oxford, Stanford, MIT, and also based on our research in the last 20 years in this area of leadership, AITD's research, we have come up with a model of leadership that we would be discussing in this 12 days ahead. Now, what this model talks about? This model talks about the very first level, which is leading your own self. It is very famously said, a true leader takes his own lead before he leads others. तो पहले हमें खुद को लीड करना है. खुद को लीड करने का मतलब है खुद का टाइम मैनेजमेंट, खुद का डिसिप्लिन. You as a leader, what is your own motivation? What is your own vision? Everything will come under the very first step that we'll be talk about leading self. जैसे जैसे हम अपना leading self strong करते हैं, another important thing that comes is leading others. Leading others may again most important role. You become a good leader when your undercommands are happy with you. When your undercommands feel empowered, when your undercommands are happy in the way they are working and they are engaged in their work. So that means now you focus on developing good teams, good interpersonal relationships. जब हम अपनी journey आगे बढ़ाते हैं leading self or leading others से, then that means we are moving with leading BSF. Now, leading BSF means having the big picture view, how to see everything from the perspective of vision and mission of BSF, and how to ensure that your unit works directly to achieve the vision and mission of BSF. So we have designed a program which will help you to work at these three levels. कैसे आप अपने आप को further develop करें, कैसे आप अपनी टीम्स को, कैसे आप दूसरों को अच्छे से और मैनेज करें, और कैसे आप बीएसएफ की विजन और मिशन को मीट करने के लिए व्हाट कुड बी योर रोल एंड योर ग्रोथ पाथ. So all the three levels we have come up with a framework, an amazing framework of 7 talents of a great leader. In all the 12 days ahead, आज हम इनको थोड़ा सा overview करेंगे, what are these talents all about. But in the 12 days time period, we have different sessions to discuss each of these talents in detail. So what is the framework? The first talent is set direction. कैसे as a leader you are able to set direction for your battalion, for your under command. कैसे वो इस direction के basis पे अपना काम achieve करते हैं. The second talent that we will be talking about is execution excellence. We all understand a vision without any execution is simply a hallucination. तो execution पे कैसे as a leader आप focus करें और आपकी क्या strengths हो उस area में. As we will move ahead in this 12 days journey, we would be discussing more about the third talent, which is how do you motivate your team. You all have discussed fantastic inputs on what all you are doing, right from financial management, people connect, delegation, KYM, and so many other strategies. But yes, we will add on more to this to enhance your understanding on how better you can further motivate your teams. The fourth talent that we would be discussing and deliberating upon is how do you build stronger relationships. Now here we will be talking about not only stronger relationships with your undercommands, which is yes, very important, but also stronger relationships सारे stakeholders के साथ. be it the locals, बहुत सारे discussions में हमें पता चला कि locals का बहुत interaction होता है, be it with your suppliers or any other stakeholder that is there. So how do you build stronger relationships with everybody involved? Then the next talent that we will be discussing, the fifth talent, is how do you develop the organization. Now this talks about transforming. कैसे हम अपने working environment को भी transform करते हैं, कैसे हम steps ले सकते हैं where we can be a part of the organizational transformational process. The sixth talent that we will be talking about, which is very important for any leader. अब हमारी सेशन के बिगनिंग में ये एक्सपेक्टेशंस भी थी, वन ऑफ द एक्सपेक्टेशंस कि टेक्नोलॉजी के एरिया में बहुत सारी चीजें हो रही हैं, सो हाउ कैन यू बी बेटर इक्विप्ड विद टेक्नोलॉजी, प्लस आप छोटे छोटे चेंजेस कैसे अडेप्ट करते हैं अपने टीम में, एंड हाउ डू यू ब्रिंग अबाउट एन इनोवेटिव वे ऑफ वर्किंग इन योर अंडर कमांड्स एंड इन योर टीम्स, इज व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस. Last but not the least, we are going to discuss a very important seventh talent, which is be the best of you. Identify your own potentials further. I mentioned at the start of the session, आप सब अपनी success stories हैं, आप सब की अपनी success journeys हैं. But yes, we will further, be discussing with the cohort what all can you do to bring the best out of you as a leader. So with this, now in the session ahead, हम हर एक टैलेंट पे फोकस करेंगे, उसमें हम एक साइकोमेट्रिक असेसमेंट करेंगे आपके साथ कि आप अपना रोल, अपने आप को एट प्रेजेंट इन योर जर्नी कैसे व्यू करते हैं उस टैलेंट में, एंड देन 12 days we will be covering each of these talents in detail. So the first talent will be covered by Dr. Duggal. Over to you, Dr. Duggal.
Okay, thank you. Sanjay ji, you have a question for us, that is, what time will day 1 session 1 end? Sir, day 1 session 1, there is no session. We are taking you through the overview in this entire duration. Pooja has very rightly written 5:30 today. Talking about how do we set direction. Setting of a direction, I think all of you very well explained that when you said that you need to set the tone and you need to set the direction for your people. आपको अपने लोगों को समझना है, उनकी क्षमताओं को जानना है और उनके लिए एक मार्गदर्शन करना है. The most important role of a leader is to set a clear direction, be transparent about how to get there and to stay in the course. That is something which is very, very important. I feel that in this discussion till now, some of you have even spoken about that maybe that there are certain departmental or organizational issues which are there, which are maybe beyond our comprehension or they are beyond our boundaries. We may not be the right people to address them. But still, I would like to say here that we can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust, and I think we should all adjust to the sail to always reach the destination that we have planned for. And I'm very sure each one of you, as a head of the battalion today, is trying to achieve every possible thing in the limited resources that have been assigned to you. Next, please, Pooja. As Dr. Pooja right now said, that we are going to do certain psychometrics. Now, what is the psychometrics here that we're talking about? A psychometrics is a tool by which you can assess yourself. The handbooks that have been given to you, I'm very sure an e-version of the handbooks have been forwarded to you. You could open them and you could see that this is a scale of 1 to 10. And we want you to rate yourself on the following parameters. What are these parameters? Am I, as a commandant, am I, as a lead, able to set clear directions for others? You have to give yourself weightage, 1 being the least, 10 being the highest. Second, as a lead, are you able to recognize the challenges which is being faced by my team? Are you able to deal with it? Are you able to even comprehend? Are you able to anticipate the future challenges that would impact my current battalion? Coordinate the work role across with their teams. You coordinate the workloads, like a couple of you said, that you try and plan. When there are marriage seasons, you plan the leaves according to the need or the requirement that one has. delegate effectively to others, negotiate difficulties smoothly, recognizes what's at stake for their stakeholders, and make effective decisions. Please rate yourself on all these parameters and share the scores with us in the chat box. It is just a 2 minutes job. Read the statement, give yourself a score, and that's how we will come to know.
Dr. Dugal, we can mention an average out of all, the average score.
Yes, the either of the way that they can do. Either they can give us an average on which they stand for all the parameters. They want to mention it separately for all. They can write 8, 9, 9, 10, whatever they want to write for us. And we would like to discuss with them then. So can we have your answers in the chat box? Or you can even unmute yourself and you can talk to us. Let us see who comes first in this. Right now, the chocolate is due for only Tripathi sir. Tripathi sir, we've not been hearing your voice from a long time. We are waiting for the scores to come. Please don't worry. We are not going to be judgmental about the scores. Neither are we giving you any ratings for the score. Fantastic. I had Sanjay sir to write first and he says 9889989. Perfect, sir. Okay, great. 899779989. Sir, believe me, being honest is the most difficult thing. And rating yourself is one of the most toughest job that one can do. It's very easy to rate somebody else. It's very difficult to rate yourself. So what we are asking you is to rate yourself. We just had 2 people now. We can have more people to write the scores, please. Okay. Sanjay Kumar Singh ji is writing all 9s. So 10 9s is the score for him. Great. Nitin Gupta sir writes average of 8. Fine. Who else? Okay. Now tell me one thing. Sanjay sir, by the time rest of us are putting, Jagir sir has also given, Surendra Singh sir has also given, Anurag sir has given, Madhusudan sir has given. I think the scores are pouring in now. Pooja, can we move to the next slide? By the time we are getting the scores for everybody, now, while you were giving your scores, you would have realized that there are certain things that you were exceptionally good at. Like, I can see Vivek Srivastav sir has given 10 to a statement. Or I have seen Amitabh sir giving 9 to a statement. So, sir, what are your areas of strength? What are those areas that you can capitalize on when it comes to setting of direction? And what are those areas that you would like to focus on? So can we hear from some of you? Mohammed Sahab, you say it is 10 for something. So what is that area of strength that you have? The scores of 8, 9, 10 are telling us that these are your areas of strength.
Ma'am, that is the coordinate workload across their teams, ma'am.
Okay.
It is very, very important that we coordinate the workload of the team, ma'am, according to their weaknesses and strengths.
Very nice, sir. So you feel that is your strength. And sir, what would be your area of focus that you would like to work on?
Ma'am, again, recognition the challenges facing the team, ma'am.
Okay.
If we can recognize the challenges of the team, we can provide the right solutions accordingly.
Okay, great, sir. DP sir, you have given us an average of 8. So DP sir, what is that strength that you have when it comes to setting of directions? What do you think that you can capitalize on?
And most of these things which have been listed out are very necessary in as a leader to carry out any task that, or assignment which is given to you.
Right,
so,
sir.
So I will say I would like to improve on all the aspects.
because there's room for improvement all the time. And if I can make myself better in any of these aspects, I would like to do.
Perfect, sir. Nitin sir, very well said that probably there is a room for improvement everywhere, and you would always like to work on all these points to become a better leader. And you could set directions in a right manner. Anybody else who would like to say what is the area of strength? What do you think is your area of strength?
Ma'am, I have given 9 in all the aspects.
Yes, Sanjay sir.
And the reason is that I would have been given myself 10 out of 10, but agreeing with Nitin, I have left some scope to my improvement. And there is nothing perfect in this world. So 10% is just I left for that.
Okay, perfect. Sanjay Singh sir, you have given somewhere 7 also. Is it the hiccups of the situation, or it is the hiccups of the maybe the position or the battalion that you have, that you could put yourself 7 on certain areas? Sanjay Singh sir.
Yeah, basically the deployment of battalion is in such an area that lot of interference from a higher headquarters is there. That's why our decision of commandant is being affected by the senior commander.
Okay, I could see one hand up. Sir, would you like to take the turn to answer, please?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, my strength areas is my basically strength area, and the quality of a leader is to take decisions quickly and clearly. So this is one of my strength areas, ma'am.
Okay.
So and another thing is that as per my this thing is that and then another quality of the leader is to take initiative, which I also take. So these are my strength areas, ma'am.
Great, sir. And sir, what are those areas of focus that you would like to work on?
It is the areas of focus basically I would like to work on is to delegate the authority and delegate responsibility, and that is the area I would like to focus upon, because as I told you, I believe in consultative leadership, consultative decision making. So I want to improve on my ability to delegate responsibility, ma'am. That is what I want to is my area of focus, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Great, sir. Vishal Singh, sir. Vishal, sir. On the statement 4, you've given yourself 7. And I think this is a very true score that you have given. You've thought about, you've pondered on it, and you've given. Sir, why so? विशाल सिंह सर।
यस मैम, ये 7 मैंने किस पे दिया है मैम?
सर आपने स्टेटमेंट नंबर 4 पे दिया है।
What is the statement number 4?
Okay, Pooja, can we just go back please for a minute?
It is coordinate workloads.
Yes.
Yeah, this is because here many a times you find yourself reacting to the situations. You have delegated a man, you have assigned a man for this work, you have assigned a one man for some different work. Rest of the men you have put on. All of a sudden, demand of the same man come to you from the higher ups. This man is to be given to me. So then again, a new man is to be trained and prepared for that. So I find it little challenging for me, given the constrained resources. The area on which I would like to focus is saying no to my superiors, which I lack a bit. There are many of my batchmates who can say no, this can't be done.
Vishal sir, you very true. Saying no is an art. And probably we have to learn it. Sir, I teach it, but I fail to execute it.
Yeah, ma'am. So that is the point where I would like myself to improve upon.
Right, sir. Great, sir. Nice listening to you, sir. Ajay Tiwari, sir, you've written and you've given yourself somewhere a good score of 9, but there are certain areas where you've given yourself 8. So what is that one thing that you were lacking and it stopped you from making it from 9 to 8? Tiwari sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Till the time I think my weakness is what the strength of Mr. Vishal. It is very hard for me to say no, especially to my colleagues and other command. Although I am able to say no to my higher headquarter for undue things, but still I am little hesitant to say no to my under command and colleagues. It's my weakness, which I should overcome.
Great, sir. True. Any one of us who would like to add or say something, and then probably I think we are getting signals to call it for a break. So can we hear from somebody who would like to say that what is the area of focus that you would like to go ahead with? Any one of us would like to take the lead? Chandrakant, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Arun, sir.
Area of focus mostly, what I think.
We'll go back
During the execution of
all
my
the
duties.
points we'll have to one by one. And I feel like as far as
Chandrakant, you are telling something.
things shown on the screen, strength and weaknesses. My strength is I'm always open to interact with my men or those who are under command, and I would love those person who candidly, be it official or personal matters, he comes up candidly about the problem he is facing. So at least I get to know the pulse, be it official matter or the personal matter. And weakness, other thing, just a moment. My area of focus is to encourage my men to give their best all the time within available resources. Unfortunate part is there is always things which we feel like improving upon, but whatsoever resources we are having, it has to be utilized up to maximum level.
Very well said, Chandrakant sir, very well. Arun sir, you were saying something, and we're sorry
Yes,
you were interrupted.
Yes, ma'am. My area of strength areas, I always try to coordinate the workload, considering the potential, the situation, and the knowledge, experience of every person. I always try to coordinate. And the next thing, negotiation part. Negotiate the difficulties smoothly. I hear patiently my under commands, discuss with them officially, unofficially, formally, informally. And I try to sort out those, and I have been found myself successful also to some extent. The area of focus will be my, for me, to develop the skill of saying no to my senior commanders.
So we've all got clues from sir to learn this now. Is it so?
Ma'am, can you say again?
I said that probably all of us need to learn this new art of saying no now.
It is essentially required, especially for us, ma'am.
Right, sir. Very true, sir. Anybody else that we can have?
Unfortunately, mastering the art of saying no, because we being subject to BSF Act and rules, which are pretty stringent.
Yes,
so
sir.
that is at times it is taken as willful defiance of orders.
Absolutely, sir. Not even stringent. I would say the conditions and the working situations are such that maybe that no is not getting applicable also. I think we have a hand which has been raised. Somebody wants to contribute there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I would certainly like to know whether I'm good enough outside my comfort zone, means outside this organization.
Okay, very nice. So that means you wanting to see yourself working for some other organizations beyond this workforce?
Whether I am good enough for that, I should be knowing that. I want to explore that now.
Okay, great. Nice, sir. What else? We had Sanjay sir there with us, and I could see the perfect score of Sanjay sir there. Sanjay Tandon sir. Sanjay Tandon sir, what is the area of strength that you have, and what is the area of focus that you have?
Ma'am, definitely, ma'am. I think when I started rating myself on all these 10 parameters, I think in a bit of exuberance. Now I feel on some certain parameters, while I overrated myself, but while rating myself on all these parameters, I try to relate myself with the present, my day-to-day functioning in the battalion. And I think I did justice because I'm a bit fortunate in comparison to my brother officers who are in a different role, which keeps them very much engaged, ma'am. And they are not, certainly they are not able to do that justice what I am able to do, ma'am, because I get some time, the situation dictates, and that is why, ma'am, I think I'm doing justice on these parameters.
Great, sir. And sir, any area that you would like to further dwell on to make it come up in a more beautiful manner?
Certainly, ma'am. Parameter number 3, anticipate future challenges that impact, ma'am. Because now, after putting in 26 years of service, I have come to the conclusion that I live for the day. We have stopped thinking for tomorrow, ma'am. And I think I may not be right if I say for my men and my battalion, because definitely I have to anticipate those challenges which I am going to encounter, and certainly recognize what's at stake for their stakeholders. I've not been able to understand this parameter. So I think rest of the parameters, I think I'm trying to do some justice, but this parameter recognize what's at stake for the stakeholders. I'm not able to comprehend this parameter, definitely. This is what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Sanjay sir, for giving your honest opinion about yourself. And I think each one of you is quite aware of what is that they can capitalize on, what is that they need to put in more efforts, and what efforts and in what direction those efforts have to be put in, so that you're able to achieve all the goals that you set in for your own battalions. Thank you so much. Wonderful interacting with you as of now. And I think we can go for a lunch break. It's already 1:30 by the watch. And we will, after the lunch break, we are going to take up the rest of the 7 talents that we have, 6 more talents to go post lunch. So Vani, with your permission, can we go for a break, please? I think Vani has already messaged us that yes, we can. So let's go for a quick break, sir. It's a break. We'll resume the session now exactly at 3. Please enjoy your meals and let's have you back with us. The systems are going to be on for us. We would be going in for break. So Divya, can I request you, please?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Saranji. Can you repeat? I think I missed your voice.
Divya, we've called a lunch break.
Yes. So
if we can play the break video.
Sure.
And the recording can stop, please.
Yes. Arvind, can you play the break slide?
Guys for fail.
कहाँ लगाता है?
अरे रोगू भैया, वो आँख की अलावा भी शकल भी थोड़ा दिखा दो हमें। इतना क्या नाराजगी है भाई?
इसराइल सर नमस्कार।
सर जय हिंद, प्रणाम सर।
कैसे हो आप?
सर ऑल गुड सर, नौगांव में बैठे हैं सर पहाड़ियों में।
बहुत बढ़िया, मतलब बर्फ वगैरह दिख रही है हल्की फुल्की थोड़ी बहुत।
हाँ बर्फ तो ना यहाँ भी नौगांव में नहीं है, मेल्ट हो गई।
अरे उससे पीछे जो पहाड़ है ना उसके ऊपर दिख रही है।
हाँ पहाड़ों के ऊपर जरूर दिख रही है।
हाँ हाँ।
सर
और क्या हाल चाल है?
बस ठीक बा सर, आ जाओ घूमने के लिए। यहाँ दोनों
अरे आप
भाई कहीं बॉल में तो गिर गया होगा बर्फ।
थोड़ा सा,
हाँ कई बॉल में गिर गई है सर।
थोड़ा सा मोबाइल का मुंह, अरे
टीएमजी
मतलब
ठीक हो गई होगी।
लैपटॉप का मुंह थोड़ा ऊपर करिए ताकि आपका
हाँ।
जो खूबसूरत हुस्न है सामने नजर आए।
पूरे रूट में स्नो है सर। 14 तारीख को 13-14 को हुई थी फर्स्ट स्नोफॉल, और अभी कल परसों में फिर हुई है दोबारा।
सर
तो रास्ता बंद हो गया, नीचे आगे का रास्ता बंद हो गया केबी तक का?
ना चल रही है सर, कॉन्वॉय चल रही है। आज 2-4 दिन बाद आज गई थी कॉन्वॉय।
सर पूरा चेहरा दिखा दो, आप अपना पूरा चेहरा दिखा दीजिए ताकि
4 दिन तक बंद थी सर।
ना नहीं, स्क्रीन को थोड़ा सा अपने तरफ खींचिए, अपने आप पूरा चेहरा दिख जाएगा। हाँ, अरे क्या बात है, अरे क्या बात। और करिए और करिए और करिए और बढ़ाइए, बहुत ही बढ़िया। चलो ठीक है सर, ओके।
थैंक यू।
आ गया मेरे को।
ठीक है।
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Are we all in? Sanjal Singh, sir. Welcome to the session, sir. संजल सर आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
दो संजय है मैम।
सर संजय सिंह सर से शायद हमने मॉर्निंग में सुबह ज्यादा सुना नहीं। संजय सिंह सर।
हाँ जी मैडम, गुड आफ्टरनून।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, कैसे हैं?
बिल्कुल ठीक है मैम, आप कैसे हैं?
बस गुड सर। आई होप आप सबका लंच अच्छा था। अरुण सर, हाउ वाज द लंच?
Fine, ma'am. Nice. I am again back.
अनुराग सर, हाउ वाज द लंच? क्या खाया सर? अनुराग सर अनम्यूट कर लीजिए अपने आप को प्लीज।
It is indeed fantastic to see you all in your white uniforms post lunch.
Actually. और बहुत सारे लोगों ने कैप्स भी पहनी हुई है, लगता है बहुत ठंड वाली जगह पे है। मोहम्मद इजराइल सर कहाँ पे हैं आप?
मैम
कश्मीर में बैठे हुए हैं पूजा।
यस मैम, यस मैम।
अरे वाह सर, आपके पास तो बेस्ट ऑफ द व्यू है। सर थोड़ा सा खिड़कियां खोलें, हमें भी अपना व्यू दिखाएं पीछे।
मैम पीछे पूरा खोला हुआ है।
अच्छा
दिखाई तो दे रहा होगा मैम, इसीलिए मैं
Okay. So welcome back after lunch, all of you. As we had this, हाँ जी. Anybody wants to say anything? Okay. So before lunch, अभी तक हमने मॉर्निंग में इस वाला जो सेशन है आज का प्रोग्राम ओवरव्यू, हम एक्चुअल कोई सेशन नहीं ले रहे हैं. It's just giving you an overview of what we are going to do in the next 12 days. तो जैसे कि अभी तक हमने just let me take you forward here. अभी तक जो हमने डिस्कस करा था, we were just trying to understand what are your session objectives, what are your expectations from this session. Then we moved forward to do few activities where we wanted to know from you who's the leader that you admire and what are the characteristics that makes a leader a great leader. And then we moved forward to understand, to realize the BSF vision and mission. Values are instrumental. And most important, to ensure that BSF continues to stay the world's #1 border guarding forces, that every unit should be an engaged unit. And then we moved forward to understand, कि एक unit को engaged unit बनाने के लिए आप सब क्या करते हैं, or undoubtedly it is the leader's role, it is your role that is most important to make any unit an engaged unit. Then we also discussed with you that based on the existing frameworks, researchers in this area, what industry has been, following, what the top B schools, business schools of the world, be it Harvard, Oxford, MITs, they have all come up with frameworks giving the various traits of a great leader. And we have also come up with the same 7 traits model, which ranges from setting direction to execution excellence to motivating others, which is the 3rd talent. On the 4th front is how do you build strong relationships, which makes you a great leader. How do you develop BSF as a whole, that everyone who's working there feels more engaged and is proud to be a member of this family. And the 6th talent framework that we've brought for you is master innovation and change. And last but not the least that we would be discussing is be the best in you. That is how you can discover your own potential further and bring out the best in you in different situations. So before lunch, Dr. Duggal took us through a detailed discussion on set direction, जिसमें आपने एक साइकोमेट्रिक टेस्टिंग करी, अपने आप को इवैल्यूएट करा, एंड देन यू डिस्कस दी स्ट्रेंथ एरियाज एंड द एरियाज जहां पे आप थोड़ा और काम करना चाहते हैं. Similarly, in the next 2 hours where we are together, हम बाकी के 6 टैलेंट्स में भी इसी पैटर्न पे डिस्कस करेंगे. हर टैलेंट पे हम डिस्कस करेंगे आपका सेल्फ इवैल्यूएशन, आपके स्ट्रेंथ एरियाज और किन एरियाज पे आप काम करना चाहते हैं. So are we ready for it? Give me a thumbs up if we are ready for further discussion. Are we ready? You may raise your hands. You are on camera. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So we start with this discussion. अभी हमने first talent करा है, which is set direction. Vision set करना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी होता है. But just like I said, only setting a vision और सिर्फ plan बनाने से कुछ नहीं होगा. एक प्लान को आउटस्टैंडिंग मैनर में एग्जीक्यूट करना is the next talent which a great leader should have. So I'm sure all of the commandants present here, they are already have a very high degree of professionalism and credibility when it comes to execution. But let us know more about how do you feel about this talent. क्विक सी स्कोरिंग है, आप अपने हैंडबुक में भी यूज कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज जस्ट कीप अ पीस ऑफ पेपर विद यू एंड अ पेन, और आप अपनी रैंकिंग करिए इन वाली स्टेटमेंट्स में कि आप अपने आप को सेल्फ रैंक करके किस स्टेटमेंट में कितने मार्क्स देंगे. डू एन ऑनेस्ट सेल्फ एनालिसिस फॉर योर ओन सेल्फ, हाउ मेनी मार्क्स वुड यू गिव. नाउ द वेरी फर्स्ट इज कैन बी रिलाइड अपॉन. आपका लोग आप पे कितना रिलाई कर सकते हैं, कितना डिपेंड करते हैं टू डिलीवर गोल्स. व्हाट डू यू थिंक ऑन अ स्केल ऑफ 1 to 10? सेकंड, यू कैन डिलीवर थ्रू अदर्स. सारा काम हम नहीं कर सकते ऑब्वियसली किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, बट आपका थ्रू अदर्स किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट पे एग्जीक्यूशन में आप अपने आप को 1 to 10 के स्कोर पे क्या स्कोर देते हैं. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स इफेक्टिवली विद अदर्स. मतलब हम स्टेक होल्डर्स को टुगेदर कैसे लाते हैं, जितने लोगों की जरूरत है, वेदर इट इज लोकल सप्लायर्स और wherever you have to get your resources from, उनके साथ आप कितना इफेक्टिवली काम कर पाते हैं. ड्राइव्स कंसेंसस. ड्राइव्स कंसेंसस मींस सबको एग्रीमेंट में लेके. वन ऑफ द कमांडेंट सर्स इन द morning session said that one of the unique ways he brings about engagement is जब वो सबका consensus लेते हैं, decision making में सबको involve करते हैं. Who had said that point? Just name is skipping out of my mind.
Pooja, it is Sanjay ji.
Sanjay ji.
No. Ma'am, it was Vijay. It was me, ma'am.
हाँ जी, Vijay sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Vijay Ojha sir. तो Vijay Ojha sir.
I totally disagree with his point of view.
Drives consensus.
Yes.
Then we have Sanjay Tandon sir also here, who also said this in the morning.
हाँ, सर ड्राइव्स कंसेंसस है कि क्या आप सबको एक साथ एज अ टीम लेके एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं, सबको इकट्ठे ऑन द सेम पेज लेके कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट को एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं या नहीं. सो यू हैव टू गिव योर रैंकिंग्स अकॉर्डिंगली टू योर ओन सेल्फ. Then is manage effective meetings. आप जो भी आपकी एग्जीक्यूशन से रिलेटेड वर्क को कंप्लीट करने से रिलेटेड क्या आपकी मीटिंग्स इफेक्टिव होती हैं, वेदर इट इज सॉल्यूशन ओरिएंटेड और नॉट। देन इज प्रायोरिटाइज इफेक्टिवली, क्या आप शेड्यूल्स के हिसाब से प्रायोरिटी सेट कर पाते हैं सारे काम की अपने अंडर कमांड्स की। Taranjeet ma'am, if you can mute the participant, by mistake the participant has unmuted themselves. Thank you. Then is very interesting, the last 2 points, please pay attention. The second last is holds themselves to account for their action. मतलब जो आपका काम है आप अपनी accountability पूरी मानते हैं, but the last point is a little different, holds others to account for their actions. मतलब कि आप दूसरों की भी accountability establish करते हैं। Another one very senior commandant sir had said कि I think अमिताभ सर ने बोला था शायद, जब अमिताभ सर ने बोला कि सारी achievements आपकी और failures मेरे, am I right? अमिताभ सर आपने बोला था ये? I think he is there or not there.
He's Anurag
मैम ये तो प्रोफेसर सतीश धवन ने बोला था अब्दुल कलाम आजाद को।
बोला तो था सर, उन्होंने ये वाले पॉइंट पे बोला कि मैं इसको भी फॉलो करता हूँ डेफिनेटली। हाँ संजय सर एब्सोल्युटली। तो एनीवेज डू यू आल्सो, बट एट द सेम टाइम बात बिल्कुल सही है, लीडर का ओनर्स पूरा है, बट एज अ लीडर क्या आप अकाउंटेबिलिटी अपनी टीम में इस तरह से सेट करते हैं कि सबको काम एलोकेट करके वो सब भी अपने अपने काम के लिए अकाउंटेबल है? Because that is also very important when we are talking about execution, especially for large level projects. So please self-rank yourself, ranging from a scale of 1 to 10. Mention your average score or your score if you want to mention each statement wise on the chat. Let's see how do we rank. Okay. Now Madhusudan sir, if I can see, average will come out to be 8.5. Vijay sir, very good, has rated 7. उन्होंने last को दिया. Vijay sir, I want to know from you, why have you ranked yourself as 7 for the last statement? Would you like to share with us, sir? Even Sanjay Singh sir.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, what happens is that we are in the forces and our commitment is maximum.
Right.
So basically, I want to tell my subordinates that whatever you do is acceptable for me, and that is my way of carrying on.
Okay.
So I don't, whatever their mistake, basically it's a leadership force basically. So whatever actions, they look upon me for their actions. So I do not blame them much for their faults. If there is a fault on them, it is partly I'm also responsible. So I do not hold their account, and I do hold them responsible for their failures much.
Okay. No, sir, but you will definitely, sir. Sir, मेरा एक छोटा सा humble submission है. उनके फेलियर्स के लिए नहीं रिस्पॉन्सिबल होंगे, बट सर जो आप उन्हें काम एलोकेट करते हैं उसके लिए तो आप उनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी क्लियरली डिफाइन करते हैं. दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू.
हाँ यस मैम, उनकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी क्लियरली डिफाइन करते हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो है हमारा जो ये है कि हम ज्यादा डिस्करेज नहीं कर रहे, डिमोटिवेट नहीं करना चाहते, बहुत खराब इवैल्यूएट करने के लिए. तो माई ऑलवेज हैज बीन द पॉलिसी that whatever person is doing, standing on the border or standing by troops, they are giving their 100%. और try करते हैं, तो उस हिसाब से मैं उनको ग्रेड करता हूँ. तो मैं उनको ज्यादा लॉस नहीं करता, बिकॉज सभी अपने तरफ से पूरा ही कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं. So that is my view.
Okay. And मधुसूदन सर, यहाँ आपका कुछ व्यू डिफरेंट है. आपने भी नहीं, आपका 8 है, सॉरी. विजय सर का हमारा 7 था, संजय सिंह सर का भी 7 है. सर कुछ डिफरेंट व्यू पॉइंट है संजय सिंह सर आपका? Sir, are you able to connect with us? Tripathi sir ने last में 2 दिया है. Tripathi sir, is it by mistake or intentionally you have given it 2? Tripathi sir, I think again there is some issue in his connection. Anyways, now what I seeing from the chat messages we see, थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है फिर से कहीं कंफ्यूजन है कि हम लास्ट वाले पॉइंट को दोबारा एक बार रिविजिट करें. सेकंड लास्ट पॉइंट कहता है कि हम अपने एक्शंस के लिए खुद अकाउंटेबल है, परफेक्ट, बट एज अ लीडर कहीं ना कहीं हम ऑब्वियसली अगर कहीं हमारी टीम फेल होती है या हमारी टीम सक्सेसफुल है, उसकी जिम्मेवारी हमारी है एज अ लीडर, एंड आई एम श्योर ऑल ऑफ यू टेक दैट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, राइट विजय सर? बट थोड़ा सा जो ये पॉइंट में डिफरेंस है वो ये है कि हम दूसरों की अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी अपनी टीम में जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं सबकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी इतनी क्लियरली डिफाइन करें कि हर एक को पता है कि उसको क्या काम दिया गया है और उसकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी क्या है। उस काइंड की क्लैरिटी हम किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट या किसी भी वर्क एग्जीक्यूशन लेवल पे लाते हैं। इस पॉइंट का सिर्फ मतलब ये है।
I am having a perception on this particular point. Ma'am, basically, no doubt, being leader, I am accountable for the action of my followers.
Yes.
Also very clear. But the person whom I have trusted, whom I have given certain tasks, he is also accountable.
Absolutely.
I will definitely make them accountable.
Yes.
Yes, I shall be accountable. No doubt about that. I am not having any doubt about that. I am completely, absolutely clear about it. But I am also clear that they are also equally accountable for their action. I mean to say that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I cannot be only accountable. I cannot be only accountable just because I am leader. I cannot be the only person to be accountable for that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sanjay Tandon sir, आपने hand raise करा sir, please आपके कुछ inputs contribute करेंगे आप?
Yes, definitely, ma'am.
Sure.
I've done the rating, but as regards the second last and the last point, holding themselves to account, that is holding myself responsible for goods or bads. I had encountered a practical situation in a headquarter 2 years back.
Okay.
That was a very major lapse, and if I go into it, if you go by it, the matter was inquired. The clear lapse was on account of my subordinates, and you know, a court of inquiry, it was clearly established. The lapses, lapse had taken place. The delinquents were my subordinates. The officer who was conducting an inquiry, he wanted to hold them responsible. But it might amount to blowing trumpet of my own, but definitely I just stopped that inquiring officer that whatever lapses they have done, it is clear, it has been established on record, but definitely being their supervisory officer, it was my lapse.
Right.
So in our parlance, when you have to fix responsibility on a subordinate or a person, we have to apply a certain rule. So I did not allow my senior officer to apply that rule on those two subordinates. I took the onus, and I was suitably advised for that action. That was a lapse. And then as regards holding others to account for actions, I'm a true believer in holding the delinquent responsible for their goods or bads, if bad, because that to some extent that will give a chance the delinquent to do a self-oblique course correction.
Absolutely.
And so that he can do an introspection, so that he, so as to, which is aimed at improving his conduct or a lapse which if he has committed, so that will give him a chance to course his, to improve his whatever wrongdoing he had done. So that will, in a way, the idea is not to punish him, just to enable him to do an introspection that what he has done wrong, and definitely at the same time giving him a hand holding that, okay, I am there, you are have been responsible, but definitely I am there beyond you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sanjay sir, this is the point that even we wanted to bring to the table कि हम अपनी accountability तो हमारी है, but as a leader we should be setting very clear cut objectives and accountability for each of the team member also, क्योंकि तभी एक mass level पे execution possible है. So perfect. I am so sorry sir. Sir, फिर आपका नाम सैमसंग के नाम से आ रहा है sir. You raised your hand sir. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Sir, आपका पीछे का view भी बहुत ही सुंदर है. ऐसे लग रहा है आप रोड साइड पे बैठ के सेशन ले रहे हैं. Is it a virtual background या real view sir? सर का नाम सैमसंग से आ रहा है. What is what name should I put here?
Mr. Vivek Srivastava.
Mr.
Okay.
Vivek sir.
Okay. I'm really
Vivek
sorry.
sir, please बताइए आप कहाँ पे हैं सर पहले?
Actually, I'm sitting the lawns of my office.
अच्छा तभी.
Yeah.
अच्छा सर बताइए सर, please go ahead.
Actually, in my opinion, it is said that authority without responsibility and responsibility without authority should not be given.
Absolutely.
And whenever we give any task to our subordinates or our under command, they should be held responsible for their acts.
Yeah.
Yes, very true. We should guide them throughout their task, but they should be held. If they are not made responsible for their acts, then nobody will take given task seriously. That's my opinion.
Right. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही कहा विवेक सर, totally in agreement. So as I can see, most of the commandants have given themselves a rating ranging between 8 to 9. So let's see, all this discussion is to help you introspect कि कौन से और areas हैं जहाँ पे हम हमारे ऑलरेडी स्ट्रेंथ एरियाज हैं जिनको हम कैपिटलाइज कर सकते हैं, कुछ एरियाज जहाँ हम काम और करना चाहते हैं, स्पेशली इन द फील्ड ऑफ एग्जीक्यूशन, कि हम और 10 on 10 का एग्जीक्यूशन कैसे लेके आए एज अ लीडर. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद सम स्ट्रेंथ्स एंड व्हाट वुड बी योर फोकस एरियाज. इफ यू कैन प्लीज शेयर द इनपुट्स एंड आई कैन जस्ट नोट डाउन सम ऑफ द इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स दैट वी गेट. यस, एनीवन, आपको क्या लगता है जब आप कोई भी काम एग्जीक्यूट कराते हैं, आपकी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है और कौन से एरिया पे आप अपने लिए थोड़े एक्शन प्लान्स बनाना चाहते हैं?
मैम प्लीज.
यस प्लीज सर, प्लीज.
मैम प्लीज क्लैरिफाई पॉइंट नंबर 3.
पॉइंट नंबर, अच्छा प्रीवियस स्लाइड सर?
नो दिस, यस मैम.
Okay, so just give me a second, I'll go back to the previous slide.
Point number 3.
By the time Dr. Puya is moving to the next previous slide, sir, there is an entry by the name of home. Can we have the name and we will just rename the thing?
Okay. Going
sir,
back,
you are live with us on the screen, but you will have to unmute and tell us your name, sir. Sir, it is coming as home.
हाँ, होम पे सर आपके बैकग्राउंड में सर एक ऑरेंज और एक रेड फ्लैग है, बट इट इज कमिंग एज होम.
इज अजय तिवारी.
अजय तिवारी सर, अच्छा, आई विल जस्ट रीनेम हिम.
पूजा, आई एम डूइंग इट.
मैंने कर दिया, कोई नहीं. हो नहीं रहा है मैम, देन यू ओनली डू.
No, it's done, Pooja. I've done it.
It's done. Okay. So, sir, आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा था. The third point is contracts effectively with others. मतलब सर कि कितने भी, जैसे हमारी प्रीवियस इंटरेक्शंस में जब हमने प्रीवियस सेशंस करे हैं BSF कमांडेंट्स DIGs के साथ भी, तो बहुत बार ये होता है, वो कहते हैं कि हम नक्सल वाले एरिया में हैं, हम टेररिस्ट वाले एरिया में हैं, हमें लोकल्स का सपोर्ट भी बहुत चाहिए. तो मतलब नॉट ओनली योर अंडर कमांड, किसी भी चीज की एग्जीक्यूशन में इट बिकम्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि हमारे कोई भी जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं या जिनकी भी हमें मदद की जरूरत है, हमारा उनसे रिलेशनशिप स्ट्रॉन्ग है और हम उनके साथ इफेक्टिवली काम कर पाते हैं. दिस पॉइंट, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स इफेक्टिवली विद अदर्स.
गॉट इट मैम.
गॉट इट. ओके सर, ओके. अब हम आते हैं इसी पे मूविंग फॉरवर्ड. प्लीज शेयर कि आपका जब आप कोई भी काम एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं जो आपको आपके बटालियन को दिया गया, आपकी यूनिट को दिया गया है, तो उसमें आपके क्या स्ट्रेंथ एरियाज है और आप किस एरिया पे फोकस करना चाहते हैं? वी वुड लाइक टू हैव इनपुट्स फ्रॉम यू. यस, वी कैन स्टार्ट द डिस्कशन प्लीज. कोई भी आप ध्यान.
First thing is, when trust in your men, whatsoever task may be, you got to know, and you are tasking your subordinates or the junior leaders. So you will have to trust that they are having these abilities and capabilities. They would be able to accomplish the given task.
Okay.
It is trust.
Trust within the team. तो सर आप ये trust अपनी टीम में inculcate कर पाते हैं? Is that your strength?
Yes.
Okay. And so sir, what is
we are irrespective of area of deployment, or say it may vary. Starting from line of control and stretching up to internal security duty or low intensity conflict like what is going on in this Naxal area.
Right.
You will have to trust your men, even if you may be just 1 or 2 month old, but you know the pattern. They have been trained on the way they behave. I mean the under command or the junior leaders. So you will have to trust, yes, this task is there and they will be doing it. Trust must be there, the first thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. और सर कोई एरिया जो आपको लगता है कि मतलब मैं इस एरिया पे और ज्यादा फोकस करना चाहता हूँ when talking about execution? Is there any area which you would have like to identify for yourself?
I mean, it may vary task to task.
Okay. 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 Others also, Anurag sir, Vivek sir, Sanjay sir.
Ma'am, assigning the tasks and checking it constantly, regular checks on it.
ओके, तो सर ये आपका कोर स्ट्रेंथ एरिया है या इस एरिया पे आप और वर्क करना चाहते हैं?
No ma'am, I do it.
You do it.
This is in my practice.
So that means आपका सर competency mapping, किसको क्या काम देना है, that is your strength area. Am I right, sir?
Yes, you can say, ma'am.
Okay, so giving that. और सर कोई एक area of focus which you would like to identify कि इस चीज पे हम और अच्छे से फोकस कर सकते हैं ताकि हमारा एग्जीक्यूशन परफेक्ट हो जाए और कोई फ्लॉज की जगह ना रहे, ऐसा कोई एरिया सर?
मैम अपने अंडर कमांड की स्ट्रेंथ्स को ज्यादा से ज्यादा जानना.
Absolutely, that's wonderful, sir. Knowing your knowing से, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली तो काम उन्हीं लोगों ने करना है. So knowing the strengths of your under command, that's a very valid point, sir. बहुत ही बढ़िया. और हमारे पास please invite others also to share their opinions. कभी आप कोई एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करना चाहते हैं कि कभी किसी प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूशन में ये स्ट्रेंथ्स डिस्प्ले हुई टीम की या इन चीजों पे और जोर देना चाहिए था फ्रॉम योर एक्सपीरियंस? Jagir sir, you've raised your hand.
Yeah, distribution of task is very important, and equally important is taking feedback.
Okay. Okay.
Taking feedback is also very crucial because we give tasks to our subordinates, and most of the time we forget to take feedback whether they have accomplished and what is the percentage and efficiency to what extent they have achieved that.
Okay, that's great. फीडबैक लेना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है. सर कोई एक एक्सपीरियंस है आपका कि इस एरिया पे और ज्यादा फोकस करते तो काम हमारा बहुत अच्छे से और एग्जीक्यूट होता है, ऐसा कुछ है सर ओपिनियन? One area where you would like to focus more upon from your previous experience if you have learned? Jagir sir?
Yeah, most of the time I have seen when I come in the office in the morning, I sit for 10 minutes. I jot down, I prioritize all the tasks and call a short brief meeting. I invite my all subordinates in the office and assign them the important tasks. Okay. And sometimes I miss to take feedback, and where I miss getting feedback, most of the time I find that later on after 2-3 days, if I forgot, then I will get reminder from my higher headquarters that your reply on this task has not been received.
Okay.
So this is my way of functioning. So okay. I think it is important to take feedback time to time.
Absolutely, sir. Feedback लेने का तो बहुत important एक task है. We also have a session on delegating and taking feedback, which you will be doing in the next 12 days. Great. Vivek sir, you've raised your hand. Vivek sir, आप कुछ inputs देना चाहेंगे?
Ma'am, what I think that if we are assigned any task, or if we want to achieve anything, so the kind of passion we are having for getting that task done, if we are not able to transmit that passion to our subordinates, then it is not possible for us to excel in that particular task.
Absolutely, बहुत ही बढ़िया कहा सर. जो पैशन आपके पास है as a leader, वो पैशन अगर हर अंडर कमांड में आप इनकलकेट कर सके, I think then the execution will be really smooth. Okay, I want your inputs from all of you. What do you think is the role of coaching and mentoring, especially for the execution talent? गाइड करना, कोच करना, मेंटर करना अपनी टीम को, क्या ये चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूशन या वर्क एग्जीक्यूशन में? आई वांट टू हैव योर ओपिनियन. हाउस इज ओपन.
हाँ, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, लेकिन उसके लिए पहले अपने आप को भी आना चाहिए, ये ज्यादा जरूरी है.
Yes, absolutely. तो सर क्या कर सकते हैं? Is it an area of focus?
A leader can't be leader till the time he has done the work at own, has close supervision of doing the work.
Yeah.
Terminal leadership is usually those who have worked on ground. They have a plan in their mind. They have executed. They know the demerits and they execute the plans as per the ground situation.
Yeah.
And the main strength of a leader is all the feedback, all the priorities, all the actions, all that he has gained in the past executions has to be formalized in form of teaching the team with a real feedback, case studies and all.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sir, बहुत ही बढ़िया कहा संजय sir. You have to be your role model, you have to coach and you have to mentor. और आपने start भी बहुत अच्छा करा. Leader को पहले चीजें clear होनी चाहिए तभी आगे काम होगा. संजय टंडन sir, Sanjay Tandon sir, your input sir. You've raised your hand sir.
Yes, ma'am. I was just not able to unmute myself. So all my brother officers have already, very rightly brought out, hardly left for me to add. But definitely, when it comes to, as regard directing my unit and what are my strengths going to be, definitely, I would like to be seen as standing as a role model in front of my officers. I set up precedents. For that, achieving my objective, I should be impartial. I should be unbiased. Once those things, my under command, they see those parameters in me, they will have that belief in me and they will have that confidence in me. Once I enjoy that confidence of my under command, definitely I'll be able to take the team forward and meet the objectives on day-to-day basis. Secondly, in a force, battalion being the lowest ever formation, is the lowest formation of the force. It is the backbone of the force. Discipline is of paramount importance, and it starts from a battalion. An under command joinee is known by his bearing, his uniform, the way he regards, the way he respects. Those parameters definitely give me sufficient confidence that once my men are physically fit, disciplined, I'm going to meet my next objectives in a very effective manner.
Absolutely, absolutely.
When it comes to my focus areas, definitely, I'll be very, very candid that won't be able to divulge much, but definitely certain operation areas, I would like to focus on those areas. I would like to have sound administration in my battalion. Sound administration means, uprightness, honesty, because with passage of time, these parameters are, taking a hit.
Absolutely. And sir, you are so honest about it, Sanjay sir. You've given your areas of focus. We really appreciate because, in the discussions, we want all of you to also, strengths are very important. We need to further work upon it. But at the same time, like you said, sir, you are very candid about it. Others have also specified. Please also keep on introspecting certain areas. We all have always hope for improvement. So certain areas where you want to focus upon, because this will help you in the sessions ahead to listen with that focus, discuss and deliberate with that focus. अगर हमारी clarity है कि हमें और क्या करना है. Very well said, sir. Madhusudan sir, we'll take up your point and before we move to the next talent.
Ma'am, whenever we have time, we should rehearse before executing the work.
Oh yes, perfect sir. Rehearsal or mock sessions की तो importance undoubtedly है ही है sir. Okay. And sir, any area of focus where you see for your team?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, strength areas like in force like ours, as a leader, we should be accessible to our subordinates, ma'am.
Absolutely, sir. Approachability बहुत ज़्यादा important है.
And not only physically, but through if not on call, through WhatsApp messaging and others like.
Yes. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, आपने बहुत सही कहा और स्पेशली सर ये एग्जीक्यूशन में बहुत मैटर करता है. काम नहीं रुकना चाहिए टीम का. You should always be approachable and accessible to the team. Very wonderful.
In areas of focus, in office functioning, we must refresh ourselves with the latest policies and
Yes.
SOPs.
Yes,
Like,
keep yourself updated.
Yes, ma'am. We and our subordinates too, we should just go by saying कि ये मैंने देखा था, ये मैंने सुना था, ये वहाँ हुआ है, ये यहाँ हुआ है. But we not go through the available SOPs and policies and rules which
Yes.
are available with us.
और सर अगर देखते भी हैं तो कई बार ऊपर से देख लेते हैं, उसकी डेप्थ और उसकी डिटेल में नहीं जाते हैं एग्जीक्यूशन के टाइम पे. Am I right, Israel sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, wonderful.
And,
I am so happy that all of you shared, the strength areas, and you are also coming up introspecting what could be the certain areas which will help you to get a score of 10 to 10 in execution excellence. So great discussion. Now with this, we will move on to the third one, the third talent. Over to you, Dr. Tukul, for carrying on the discussions further.
Thanks, Dr. Pooja. I think in the morning only we heard some of our present people here who were talking about the role of motivation. And I think in forces, motivation plays a very important role. Yes or no? So what do you all feel? Motivation plays a very important role.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Definitely.
yes, it
And
is.
every time we have to keep up and boost the morale of our people.
Sir,
If you look at it, it's very categorically said by Walt Disney, and it says, all your dreams can come true if you have the courage to present them. So if you are able to put your people in the right direction, you are doing your execution excellence is there, I think motivation becomes very, very easy. And with the forces, what kind of motivation is required, sir? If you look at it, it's not only the extrinsic motivation, but it is also the intrinsic motivation which is required. So I think as the lead of the command, as senior members here today, we should also look at it that am I able to give intrinsic motivation to my people down the line so that I can boost their morale and make them work. We would like you to rate yourself on these parameters, because somehow through research we found out that these are the most important points which look forward or they scale down to motivating an individual. The first is communicate with passion. As a senior, do I have that passion to communicate the job that has been assigned to me down the line so that they also have the same rigor and passion to execute it? Do I radiate energy? If I'm low myself, if I'm lying myself, if I'm not convinced myself, how would you radiate things to your own people? The third point, generate positive emotions in others. So are you a person who instills confidence or positive emotion in your people? Are you an individual as a lead who absorbs cynicism? That means, I'm very sure we all know this, that cynicism may be every day cropping in and you may have certain problems every day. So are you as a lead able to absorb cynicism? Inspire a strong sense of purpose for direct reports. Focuses on solutions rather than problems. And I think, sir, as a great leader, we all need to focus on solutions rather than problems. Believe they can achieve worthwhile goals. And last but not the least, we are wanting you to rate yourself on motivate others through personal examples. And I think since morning, a couple of us have been saying that we are absolutely role models and we believe firmly in that. We want you to rate, start putting in your scores in the chat box. You can give us an average and thereon we start our discussion with you. Communicate with passion, radiate energy, create positive emotions. Sanjay Kumar sir is the first one to put in the punch and the numbers there, 9, 9, 10, 9, 9. That means generate positive emotions in others. Sanjay sir has ranked himself 10 on 10. Great, sir. So that means this is your absolute strength. You can infuse positivity in people. Right, Sanjay sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is an area that you can capitalize on.
Yes, this is the strongest point of mine and the weakest of the force personnel.
Okay. And sir, what is the area of focus that you would like to go on with? Where do you think you still need to work on? Great scores coming in. By the time we are giving time to Sanjay sir to think, where does he need to put more focus?
Can I see the previous slide, ma'am?
Sure, sir.
The second last, believe they can achieve worthwhile goals.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of demotivating factors to whom you are addressing in form of social commitments, stress, stagnation, and whole lot of difficult situation is all upon that person to whom you are addressing from a very comfortable position, which he observes generally. You may be in trouble, but as a leader, you have all the positivity to show to that particular person. But he knows his situation, and being an adult and a knowledgeable person and having a social age of adequate numbers, he has a filter system in itself that he always assesses that whatever I am saying, he is assessing that what will be beneficial to me, what will be harmful to me. So he is thinking that what my leader will gain from this, what my platoon or battalion will gain, what I will gain. So when he is coming on third number, then up to that level, the person is fine, to whom I can make him believe. But if he is putting that what I will gain in the first, then it's very difficult for those person to motivate them.
Okay, perfect, sir. Mohammed Israel, sir, you've given yourself 7 on communicate with passion. Aisa kyun, sir?
Ma'am, that is the area where I have to improve, ma'am.
Okay, so that is your area of focus.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very nice. And on the other hand, that I can see the score is Vijay Kumar, sir. Sir, have you given it a 1 or it is actually a typo error?
Ma'am, it is an error. Ma'am, it is an error.
You wanted to give 10.
Yeah, it is basically an error, ma'am. Actually, I have put myself as 999. My gray area is absorb cynicism and again focus on solutions rather than problems.
Yes.
Because I feel that solutions cannot be found out without addressing the problems. So that is why I have given 8 in that, and rest are all 9, ma'am.
Right, sir. That's great, sir. That probably you could rate yourself. But Mohammed sir, I have an observation for you. You are giving yourself 7 on communicate with passion. But sir, जितना भी हमने आपको सुबह से हमारे साथ बातचीत करते हुए देखा है, I think you have been a fantastic communicator and you have that passion and zeal in you. Is it that you being modest when you're giving yourself a rating?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for motivation. But I think I need to improve on my communication skills.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Surender Singh, sir, you've given yourself 2 on focuses on solution rather than problems. Surender sir? Surender sir, can you hear me? Surender Singh Sirohi.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I think there's a typo error. It's not that I've typed 2 on any of the account.
Okay, so you wanted to give what?
No, 8.
8. Okay, and what about 7 that you have given?
It is difficult to motivate others. I mean, giving a personal example and then motivating it. I believe that I need to be a better version of myself.
Okay, great, sir. And so what do you think is your strength in this?
Pardon me?
Out of these 10 points, which is your area of strength, sir?
Well, to be honest, my strength, after having been in command for last almost more than 3.5 years, is that I am able to identify whom to give which task to whom. I mean, kisko kya task dena hai. Somehow I am able to identify that.
Surender sir, if I tell you as a management faculty, if you identify people's competency and you give them work, I think it is itself a motivator.
Thank
Isn't
you.
it?
Thank you.
Right, sir. Anand Kumar, sir. Anand Kumar Sharma, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Sir,
Hello.
will you please tell me what is your area of strength?
My area is strength is I'm true to myself. Whatever score I had given, that is true to myself. That is representing my personality.
Okay. Sir, कोई एक एरिया जो आपको लगता है कि आपका स्ट्रेंथ है in reference to your command, and one area that you would like to improve on?
Definitely, I'm lacking in communication skill. I want to improve in communication skill. I cannot communicate with others like my colleague are communicating in fluency. Definitely, I will try to improve upon this.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, sir. Anybody else who would like to discuss in reference to motivation? What do you feel? What could be done in your command, or what efforts have you taken to motivate? Small efforts or gestures that we do in our day-to-day life, which could have added on to the motivation of your people or your under commands. Any example that you can give us?
Ma'am, I want to say something in this.
Yes, sir.
Basically, the motivational factor that is within the limit of commandant is very limited. It is beyond the purview. Certain things are which are very much beyond the purview of commandant. For example, a person who is enrolled as constable in BSF pick up his next rank after 20+ years, whereas the same constabulary who has been appointed, who has been enrolled in other forces like SSB, like CISF, they picked up their rank within 8 to 10 years. A person enrolled as constable pick up the rank as even inspector in other forces, whereas in BSF he picks up the rank as head constable only. So this is a highly demotivational factor, and to overcome that, whatsoever is example you cited, that may have a very limited impact. I do not say there is no impact in that. There is very limited impact on that. So that is why in the morning hour, my first question was that, my first point was that, input was that, let us discuss something to overcome the stagnation issue, so that these people can be motivated appropriately and they can be motivated to do something better. So other factors, everybody, all the commandants, definitely, my brother officers definitely take some or other step to keep them motivated, and definitely they are keeping also. That is why this force is surviving. That is why this force is functioning. Otherwise, if they are not motivating, these people will definitely get demotivated seeing the other people, particularly their counterpart. So under that scenario, my simple suggestion is that let us focus on that particular issue mainly, how we can overcome the issue related to stagnation, that is manpower management, that is career management issue, career prospect issue, so that these people can be given appropriate input to motivate them appropriately. Thank you, ma'am.
Very well said, Chaudhary sir. We are just here to assure you.
Ma'am, I have a... Yeah.
May I add something?
Yes, sir.
I'm sometime now, and most of the time, this motivation is relative and subjective. It depends upon the person whom you are trying to motivate.
Absolutely.
It may be his own personal reasons. Even if you are just communicating with the right words, with the right vocabulary, with the right things,
gesture,
he is not he is having something which is going inside that person. He may not be motivated with your words, with your personal examples and all. What Mr. Khaninder was telling, it certainly there are so many factors to motivate your under commands. And one of the factor is, no doubt, in the courses, one has joined with all the enthusiasm, or maybe with some reason just to get employment. But over the period, he finds in some other organization, the people are rising very fast, but here they are stagnating. It may be one of the factors. Say you are trying to motivate your subordinate, but back at home, he is having so many problems. He may not feel motivated even if you are trying to put right dose of each and everything in his mind. But and it depends. Sometime he may be having other professional problem also, maybe personal problems also. So it becomes. My point is, it is subjective. Sometimes he is in a good mood and receptive enough to receive whatsoever you are telling, and he would like to execute it on the ground even.
Absolutely right, Chandrakant sir. I'm 200% agreeing with what you are saying, because it is situational and the mindset, which is very, very important at that point of time, and the nature of the problem also. For everything, motivation may not be a solution also. Ajit sir, you wanted to say something.
Ma'am, I would like to.
Ma'am, I wanted to say these are the various
Anurag sir,
factors.
we'll give you a turn.
Ma'am,
Just post Ajit sir, please.
Various factors have been mentioned to for the motivations. Out of these, communications with passions, radiates energy, generates positive. These are all looks artificial, ma'am. You may be a very good speaker. You can give a good speech in front of, but at the end of the day, the person with whom you are working, they are watching you, observing you. Unless you do something hard and tangible for them, merely giving good speech and making lofty sentences, there's not going to make much of a difference, what I feel. The only area that I feel, the point number 6, focus on the solution rather than the problem. If you identify the problem, small problems which are going to hit him, individuals at personal and professional level both. Say, for example, in my force only, if I am able to make their living standard good, maybe they might be more motivated than giving a long speeches, connecting with the people and all. So let's plan, our focus area should be what incremental difference we can make to make their living standard, their personal and professional life good, will definitely going to motivate them.
Absolutely, Ajit sir, 200% with you. But I would just like to say one thing before I give the turn to Anurag sir. So when we're talking about communication here, we're just not talking about using good jargons here and using a flowery language. We're just trying to communicate in the manner by which is going to hit that person. उस भाषा का प्रयोग करें जिससे कि हम उसे समझा सकें जो हम कहना चाहते हैं. सर, अगर हमारी कुछ इनकैपेसिटीज हैं या हमारी फोर्सेस की कुछ इनकैपेसिटीज हैं, so I'm very sure we can explain it to them in the right manner. I am not saying that external motivation does not help. Yes, it is a big source of motivation, but sometimes a small gesture from our sides also is important. That is the only underlying that we meant by what we had written. Coming to the point that all of you are raising, so you're very right. We have sessions planned for it where we'll be talking about tangible strategies, where we can talk about what can motivate people and what is actually workable in the forces and what should be done at the ground level. Yes, during the course of the session, we're just here today to set the tone, make you people more aware, so that when the sessions come up, you have your relevant questions to put across to our experts, and they would be there to give you a roadmap how to work on it. Anurag sir.
Ma'am, I am having a point over here.
Yes,
as you
sir.
have stated, as Mr. Ajit has stated, motivation, that is, I mean to say, there are many factors. The prime factor, what I feel, I shall be motivated if I feel that by whatsoever your action is there, by that action I am benefited. In some or other, beneficial benefit means not the financial or physical benefit. It may be other way also. It may be your moral benefit. It may be any way. I must be benefited in some or other ways. And benefit means in different aspects. Benefit may be different. Say, in case of promotional benefit, certain people are getting promotion in a very fast manner. They're benefited by that way. That is why they are very much conscious about their career. They are very much conscious about their works. so that their career prospect doesn't affect by that. Same way, somebody may be affected by, say, moral impact may be there. Your word may have certain moral impact. Because of that, he may be motivated. So I mean to say, out of many factors, it is one of the prime factor that how I shall be benefited out of this. Then only I shall be motivated. And this is one factor. Promotion is one factor for our men. If they need to be keep motivated, because it is a job where it demands lots of sacrifices. Your family life is being sacrificed. You may require at certain point of time make the supreme sacrifice also. So to keep them motivated to that level, he or she need to be appropriately benefited. That is my point.
Absolutely, Chaudhary sir. I agree with you. Very true of what you're saying, and I think you've been quite genuine in saying and voicing out the right concern here. Anurag sir.
ये अजीत और खजिंदर ने सारी बातें बोल दी, but still I would like to add something. You just imagine a person who is performing the same job, routine job for last 22 odd years.
Yes, sir.
Just imagine this. And don't you feel that this is
under the terrible conditions too?
Yes. Don't you feel that he has all the rights to have a better environment, like job condition, better way of life, better pay and perks, family life, and he has got all the rights for moving upward in the ladder? That is what Khanda was saying, that is of promotion. So it is easier said than done. ठीक है, मोटिवेशन होना चाहिए, हम करेंगे, बातचीत से होगा, लेकिन at times it does not pay. And I am also not in agreement with what Chandrakant has said, because it is very difficult for a constabulary part under command to keep them motivated for the same routine job they are doing, continuous day and night, 365 into 24 into 7. So it is not very easy to motivate them for this kind of job. लेकिन अब this is part and parcel of job है, कर रहे हैं.
Thanks, Anurag sir. With our little knowledge of what we've been dealing with this content, and we've been talking to people, we are quite aware of this, and I think our other coaches that would be joining us in the later part of the sessions in this 12th day would be definitely addressing to this point, because we do understand that motivating others is one of the major concern at forces, which holds a lot of relevance. We are very thankful that we have been getting so valid points. You've been voicing out your concerns and you've been putting it to us in the right form. We would now move to the fourth, which is the important part, is that build strong relationships. Over to you, Dr. Pooja.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dugal. And I would also, a humble submission. All of you are actually voicing out your concerns, and that is, I think our work is done, Dr. Dugal, because
yes,
we wanted
absolutely.
them, to come out with what are the areas where, they are facing challenges, what are the areas they would like to focus upon, because strengths you already know, and I'm sure you will capitalize on. But yes, when you are here in this core leadership and management development program, even our earnest effort would be to ensure, that we can be together we can, to some extent help you navigate those challenges in a better way. So AITT team is continuously taking a note of this from today's session, which is on program overview. Now we move on to the fourth talent, which is somewhere related to the third one only. Third talks about motivating others, and fourth talks about how do you build strong relationships. Now, again, when we are talking about building strong relationships, we are not only talking about building strong relationships with your team members. We are also talking about कि आप कैसे अपने साथ जो भी लोग काम कर रहे हैं, आपके peer level पे, आपके seniors, आपके team members, आपके contractors, आपके और जितने भी stakeholders हैं, उन सबके साथ आपका ये वाला talent कितना strong है, how good you are at connecting, networking, and building relationships stronger and stronger, which helps you in your work execution. So let's, again, following the same pattern, let's do a self-analysis and then we'll talk about it. So the very first, where we want you to do a self-rating is, how good are you when you say gain trust from others? आप लोगों का trust कितना जीत पाते हैं? When I was discussing the previous talent of execution, the first point that I got was कि जब तक टीम में trust नहीं होगा, जब तक टीम under commands trust नहीं करेंगे, वो काम नहीं करेंगे. तो आप अपने आप को इसमें कितना हाई रैंक करते हैं कि ना सिर्फ अंडर कमांड्स बट बाकी लोग जो आपके साथ काम कर रहे हैं, डू यू गेन देयर ट्रस्ट इजीली? Second is show respect for others, how respectful you are. Whether it is the lowest in the hierarchy to the highest in the hierarchy, we have to respect. But what is our respect for the lowest in the hierarchy? Then is maintains harmonious relationships with difficult people. ये हमने discussions भी करा कि difficult लोग हमारे आसपास होंगे, but हमारा कितना effort रहता है उनके साथ to play even base with them, to trying to maintain good relations with such people. Then how do you go out of your way to help others? आप अपने आप को helpfulness के score पे कितना rate करेंगे parameter? Then shows understanding of different perspectives. आप लोगों के perspectives को समझते हैं, सिर्फ अपना ही perspective नहीं समझते हैं, और उससे आप अपनी relationships कितनी strengthen करते हैं. Next is how do you encourage, because interpersonal relationships will come only when you can encourage collaborative working. Otherwise isolation में तो काम हो ही नहीं सकता है. And with the force that is BSF, collaborative working is of prime importance. So how do you rate yourself on this parameter? The next is जब conflict है, जब difference of opinion भी है. I think एक commandant sir ने बोला था कि I disagree with managing consensus. तो definitely हर बारी consensus नहीं भी होगा. तो जहां conflicting opinions है, वहां आप कैसे अपनी relationships को खराब करे बिना काम करते हैं. Next है personal style to connect with different type of people. Are you easy? Can you flex your personal style and connect with all ranges of people? Because in your BSF working कितने आपके under commands हैं, आपके पास अलग-अलग तरीके के लोग होंगे, तो are you that flexible to connect with all types of people? So please rate yourself on this and mention your scores on chat. Okay, Vijay Oja sir, all 918. Khanindra sir is giving 7. Sanjay Tandon sir has raised his hand. Yes, sir. Sanjay
Yes,
ji?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would like to advise the House
Yeah.
that it's an established fact in a force like border security force that the rank of commandant is a cutting edge rank.
Yeah.
And the BSF battalion is the cutting edge formation in this force. Once as commandant, once somebody, say I or any of my brother officer has taken over command as a commandant of a battalion or has assumed the command of a battalion, and once he has made his agenda clear to the underground command troops, once he has set the ball rolling, once he has made the objectives clear, there are ways of communicating with our troops. There are in the form of we have monthly interactions with our troops in the form of Sainik Sammelans. As commandants, if I have taken 1 or 2 or 3 monthly sessions with my troops, wherein I communicate the policies of the force, the government, and make my agenda clear, I think I have achieved my objectives. And all these parameters, I think if I have done justice and set my objectives very clear to my men, I think there is no doubt that I shouldn't be drawing less than 9 on all these parameters.
Okay. So objective setting and clarity and interactions is where our focus should be on, right, Sanjay sir?
Very true, ma'am. Very true.
Okay. I've taken your very well noted your point, your strength areas. As I can see also, the marking that the rating that you all are giving, I'm also seeing 10 on 10 in many of the areas. That means, and obviously for a leader, building strong relationship is very, very important. So what are the certain areas, certain unique ways in which you are strengthening your relationships? If you would like to mention that as strength so that all of us can have insights from it? कोई यूनिक चीजें जो आप कर रहे हैं ताकि आपकी ना सिर्फ अपने अंडर कमांड से बट at all levels, up, down, peer level, we are all connected. What is your idea for it?
Ma'am, I feel that as far as this point of maintaining liaison or relations or the communications with the sister agencies or others concerned, I think nobody can be better than BSF officers.
Okay.
As soon as we go to any place,
Yeah.
a new place of posting as commandant, the first thing, apart from maintaining good relations or the liaison meetings, cordial meetings, whatever you call with the seniors formations, we also make sure to meet political representatives of that particular area, starting from village headman, ward member, then next to the station house officer, district magistrate, SP, district forest officer, electrical superintending engineers, BSNL officers, you name anyone, and generally doctors. We try to make them, meet them, host them, and call them into our functions on a regular basis, so that not only a mutual harmony is developed between two organizations, but also their services can be utilized for the benefit of our Jawans in the time of need.
Absolutely, sir. जो आप कह रहे हैं बहुत ही relevant है. किस तरह से आप stakeholder interactions करें और कैसे वो strengthen करें. Vijay sir, you have raised your hand, Vijay sir.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, why everybody has given 9 or full marks basically is that the role of a commandant, he is a deciding factor in most of the matters of a unit.
Right.
And whether it be engineering, whether it be civil, whether it be legal, or whether it be operational. So he has to have a strong relationship with everyone and each and every parameter that runs the unit. So if without strong relationships, if he does not have a strong relationship, he will not be able to function the unit properly. So that is why, and since most of us are, and in fact, all of us are very good commanders and successful commanders, that is why we are in the unit. So everybody has given a 9 number to each one of us. Maybe there may be some gray area, but it cannot be like 7 or 6. It has to be either 9 or it has to be 8. That is why the grading number has been like that, ma'am.
Right, sir. Absolutely, Vijay sir. Vijay sir, कोई एक area जो as for your team, for your own self, जो आपको लगता है इस पे और better थोड़ा काम करते तो हमारी सब चीजों की ranking 10 on 10 आ जाए interpersonal relationships में.
Yes, ma'am. इसमें actually, ma'am, BSF is basically an operational force, और हम लोग का what we are lacking is that we are not getting time for training. Training is a time where we go and build relationships further. So that time which we are not getting because of a lot of operational units, that is why basically we are not able to get time. Training is a time where we are able to build, interact further, and we are able to build relations further. So what our organization is lacking, unit is lacking, and everybody is lacking is in the training aspect of the force. So that we want to build up basically.
Absolutely, बहुत ही बढ़िया कहा Vijay sir, and so much clarity is in your mind, that what else is needed. Jagir sir, please share your input, sir.
Yeah.
Jagir sir, आपका IT का है area, आसपास आपके सारे laptops. I'm curious to know.
This is